Hi, friends. Host Eric here. Host of Talking with Many People. Boy, quite the roller coaster ride last night, huh? Quite the exciting stream. Definitely as action-packed a stream that I think we've ever had around here. It's about as action-packed as it could get, you know? But after it was over and we went to the weed store, I was thinking in the car, like, if I was at a bar or something, for whatever reason, I don't know why I'd be there, but if I were, and some really drunk guy tried to give me $500, there's absolutely no way in hell I would accept it. Yeah, it would seem like, okay, don't exploit the drunk, right? Don't exploit the drunk. But the way it happens around here, it's I'm no idea the guy's drunk, and all of a sudden he's giving me $500. Once he calls me and I discover that he's drunk, I can't give him back his $500. It's like it's not like he handed me cash, right? And YouTube's going to keep some of that, but it's a weird ethics in that regard. Like, the circumstances have absolved me of all moral responsibility, basically. Absolutely nothing I could do about it. And YouTube has no problem. If a super drunk guy goes up to YouTube and says, "Let me give you $500," YouTube takes it. So I mean, it's weird, like seeing the stark difference between the YouTube world and the real world in terms of my own behavior. But it's just because of the contextual blinding that occurs because of what's this? Where's the other weed? Oh, it's over there. And then now, this morning, 3 minutes in, and I only got one person here. That's possibly the case because I did end up getting, what's it called? I got one of those things that says advertising is limited because of content. Like, in other words, it was too dirty or something. Or got flagged too many times or something, But yeah, it was an intense night in the sense that after we were done, Rachel and I were like buzzing, just like I suggested to her, I was like, 'cause she always goes to bed around 10:30. She takes her Kalani in. Pretty soon she's out. I said, why don't you wait until midnight to take it tonight? Because we aren't going to sleep right now. Neither of us is. And indeed, we stayed up, watched a couple of animes, chatted and stuff, and then finally went to bed. I took a bath and made love. I went to bed. Slept quite well, but not a particularly long amount of sleep. A good solid 5 hours probably. But a deep 5 hours, like sexual intercourse almost always, but not always, makes me fall asleep after I'm done. Two people here, huh? Hi, Joe and Bob. The slow accruing live stream. No more accruing, Eric. So, I figure I'm up, and I know I got a lot of things to do today, but I just took a couple Addies and figured I'd stream while the drugs take effect, so to speak. Yeah, I'm guessing that YouTube got a flurry of flags on that video last night because it wasn't particularly challenging content-wise from an algorithm perspective. I just took my morning Adderall. That's it. I just take Adderall. That's the only drug I'm on. Except for weed, you know. I took the prescribed amount of Adderall, and now it's time to pull some bong rips. But those are the only two drugs I do. One of the more interesting NITI conflicts from last night. How can you distinguish between ENTJ and ENFJ? ENTJ has better TI. ENFJ TI is weak. So while I was arguing or responding to or trying to figure out or whatever, Fumble Hot, at one point he said, well, I'm convinced that blah, 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 blah. I said, well, you didn't warrant it again. You just made a claim about your own conviction. And he said, oh, great. Nice using the word conviction there, Eric. I'm like, you said, I'm convinced that. The noun form of convinced is a conviction. So that's why I used the word. That was actually why I used it, right? And he's like, oh, likely story, technicality, king, or whatever. Nope, that's exactly what I read your comment, saw what your claim was, saw that you were claiming that you were confident about something, you know, that you were convinced, about something. And so I said, okay, well, this conviction that you have, because that's the noun form of convince. Not for any other reason. And, you know, I get called out as being a technicality king or something. That was a moment that really stood out last night. Wait a second. You're mad because I used the word conviction, even though I got the word from you. In other words, you're the one who made the claim that you're convinced that, yeah. But he thought I was trying to, I guess, connotation him into something. No, I don't actually have Disney Plus, although I am thinking about getting it because I think it comes with a bundle with ESPN Plus. I think I saw a deal where you could get those two for the same price. Like one price for two things, you know. And I do kind of want ESPN Plus. I don't know how many shows that there are that I want to watch on Disney. I do want to watch Mandalorian, but not super badly, I guess. Not badly enough to get the service. Like when I really wanted to watch the cartoon Harley Quinn, I wanted to watch that badly enough to get a month of HBO and then cancel it after a month. That's how much I wanted to see that show. I don't have that much enthusiasm towards The Mandalorian. Gina Carano? I don't know who Gina Carano is. Is she a character from The Mandalorian? Or an actress in The Mandalorian or something? Are you loving her on episode 4? Okay. Well, you know, it is the case that I am somebody who is willing to get a service just to watch one show and then cancel the service. So I am willing to do that. So that's high praise, and it makes me curious about it. Yeah, actress got fired for some tweets. Was one of her tweets, "I fucked my boss's wife"? That's a good way to get yourself fired. Dear Twitter. What did she tweet that people didn't like? People getting fired for their words is ridiculous. I mean, it depends. There are exceptions, but in general, if it's just some sort of controversial opinion, everyone can just chill the fuck out. The thing is, it's absolutely true that her free speech rights aren't being violated because the people who fired her are not the government, you know? Hi, 69 Cuda. I like the scare quotes around show. Oh, thanks. I appreciate your comment on the value of the talk about the BPM stuff. I do think that stuff's important, you know. Having been with 2 girlfriends back to back, BPD, bipolar mania, I care about mental health now in a way that I didn't used to. I genuinely didn't care about mental health until I got with Rachel. I mostly just thought they were a bunch of fakers or something. I didn't say it out loud much, but now I care about mental health because I have SI reason to instead of NI reason. Rachel and I did this really fun thing last night that is extremely revelatory of the division between SI and NI. So we were playing, I looked up what are some newlywed game questions, and we'd answer them very differently depending on the kind of thing. Like which celebrity couple do you think is most like you? I put down like it's well, okay. No, let's change this. Who's your partner's celebrity crush? Was like one of the questions. Now, I know Rachel's not going to want to answer that question because she wants to make sure she doesn't make me feel threatened at all, right? But I'm telling her, like, before we answer, I'm like, okay, remember, you're trying to write on your imaginary card what you think I'm going to write on my imaginary card as to answer that question about you. And once we sort of structured it like that, she's much better able to do that than actually answer the questions. So, well, since neither of us really have one, I don't think I have one, but we still wanted to answer the question. I correctly guessed that she'd guess, I'd guess. So we both had on our imaginary cards Brad Pitt for her, okay? Because I've heard her talk about Brad Pitt on a number of occasions. I think he kind of was a celebrity crush for her, at least. I don't know. And then I wasn't sure what she didn't get what I put down. I was thinking, okay, well, what was she going to think I'm going to put down? And I came up with two possible answers that she'd put. One, she might put Margaret Thatcher, because I've made a lot of jokes about wanting nudes of Margaret Thatcher. Or the other one was Scarlett Johansson. And the reason why it was Scarlett Johansson that I thought she might put down, that I put down there, was because that's the last time we've seen a movie that I commented on the attractiveness. One of the only times we've ever seen a movie where I commented on the attractiveness of the lead lady. Because we recently saw this movie called Lost in Translation. And the fact is, if you want to watch Scarlett Johansson at her absolute hottest, you should see that movie Lost in Translation. She is smoking hot in that movie. I mean, like, wow, oh my God, this woman's attractive. Nowadays she's a lot older, obviously, and the last thing I seen Scarlett Johansson in was a really good movie that I walked in on Rachel watching and got caught up in. It was a movie about a divorce between two Hollywood people, one of whom wanted to do plays in New York, and the lady wanted to stay in LA. And I don't remember. Did anybody know what I'm talking about? This movie with Scarlett Johansson. It's a fairly recent one. It was really good, but like, she doesn't look that. There's nothing particularly attractive about Scarlett Johansson in the most recent movie I saw. But there's not a heterosexual man on the planet who, if single and looking, and came across Scarlett Johansson and she gave him one of those. There's not a heterosexual man on the planet who wouldn't go, well, hot diggity damn. That woman, in Lost in Translation, had to be among the most beautiful people in the world, you know? She was really attractive. But I don't have a crush on her. Oh, you know what she guessed would be my celebrity crush? Britney Spears. Why did she guess that? Because astrology says that me and Britney Spears are really, like, astrologically meant to be or something. But okay, I mean, talking about other hot chicks, right? Britney Spears, circa "Hit Me Baby One More Time" and "I'm Not That Innocent." That she was just like, I remember when that first Britney Spears video came out and she was dressed up like a schoolgirl, and I just thought, oh Jesus, what are you trying to do? Turn us all into pederasts? I mean, she was really attractive in those early videos, you know. And she was like 18 or 19. But here's the difference. It's like Scarlett Johansson's had a natural fade over years due to just aging and being a human being and whatever, right? Britney went like this, like smoking hot. Train wreck. You know, really quick. So Britney Brittany seemed to like use up all of her attractiveness very quickly. Okay, so 69 cute. I don't actually think that I find Kourtney Kardashian. I definitely find Kourtney Kardashian and Khloe Kardashian much more attractive than their more famous sister Kim Kardashian. I do think Khloe Kardashian is attractive. And also, is Khloe the chubbier one? I find of the Kardashians, the chubbier one and the youngest one the most attractive. The one who was married to Lamar Odom is cute. She's cute. And the youngest one looks like a model, kind of, you know. I find both of those two to be attractive females. I don't find Kim Kardashian attractive at all. I find her like, ew. Yes, hi, Dallas. This trip to the store was the only event that happened on the trip at the store was we had a moment of FE trouble in the weed store when we were already being helped by this one girl, and then our favorite girl came over to help us, and we had to tell her, sorry, she's already helping us. That was the extent of the drama at the weed store. It was pretty minor drama. The girl, our favorite girl, was embarrassed. I think Rachel was a little embarrassed, maybe too, because it took a second for us to get it across. We're all in masks, of course, you know, and so she was like, "So what are you getting?" You know, she talked to us like, "Hey guys, I see you," and we're like, "Hey," and then I could tell like she was getting ready to help us, and I'm like. She's like, so what can I get for you guys tonight? And I'm like, well, she's already helping us, actually. And she's like, you looking at blah, 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 blah. And I had to repeat it. I'm like, actually, she's already helping us. And the lady looked at our favorite lady looked embarrassed. I think Rachel felt embarrassed. But, that's a very minor quibble with the evening. Overall, I'd say it was one of the more excellently interesting evenings I've had in a while. What's Brad Pitt's type? Well, Rachel says she thinks he's an ISFP. I think she's what she says. I don't really know. I can't type him. Because I never really watched any interviews of him. And I will say I think he's a very good actor. I do think Brad Pitt's an excellent actor. I can't think of a single instance of watching Brad Pitt in a movie and going, your bad acting's pulling me out of this. Which I can, my most common, really used and famous example of an actor who does such a bad job that it makes it hard for me to normally when I'm watching a movie or something, especially if it's like superhero stuff, I'm just like, just fully bought into what the actors are selling me. And then sometimes there's either an actor or sometimes like a bad writing consideration that just pulls me right out of it. And I'm just like, okay, one actress, the actress who does that is Kirsten Dunst. I just cannot watch that woman. I don't believe anything she says. She doesn't sell me at all as an actress. I'm not sure what it is specifically about her, but I've never seen her do a good job that didn't make me go, was she like, they get her from a local high school amateur troupe of actors or something? She's just not a good actress. And then here's another thing that pulls you right out of it. The love story between Hulk, or the guy who turns into Hulk, and Black Widow, I just don't buy that at all. No. They don't work together at all. There's no chemistry there. It's ridiculous. The sun is going down, big guy. The sun is going down. Just relax. I mean, neither of the actors conveyed any intimacy between each other in that purported relationship in the Avengers movies, where Black Widow gets with, Dr. Banner / Hulk. Doesn't work. Bad idea. Whoever put that in the plot deserves a spanking. What did I say? I meant Scarlett Johansson. What did I say? Scarlett Johansson plays Black Widow in the Avenger movies, and her character gets with Dr. Banner, Hulk's character, in one or two of them. Now, Kirsten Dunst is the one who's a bad actress. I'm saying the other thing that can pull me out of a movie is just a bad bit of writing or a disconnect like that. Like watching the Avengers movies, every time they have a bit of relationship between Black Widow and Hulk, I go, this is bullshit. These two characters are not getting together. There's no way. I just didn't buy it. I don't know why. It wasn't because the actors did a particularly bad job. I just think there was genuinely so little chemistry between those two actors that anybody could see it. So I don't know. That's a different story. It's not like I'm critiquing the actor of Dr. Banner or the actress of Scarlett Johansson. I'm critiquing the writers who forced them to try to muddle through that disastrously bad decision to put those two characters together. Kirsten Dunst, I've never seen her do a performance that I was impressed by at all. In fact, I've never seen her do a performance that didn't make me go, Kirsten Dunst, why'd they hire her? I remember that Spider-Man movie where she was the girl, where she was Spider-Man's girlfriend or whatever. God, she did a terrible job in that movie. She did a terrible, terrible job. I didn't believe her for 1 second in that movie. So let me think of other bad actors or actresses that make me be unable to continue watching the thing because of their bad acting. Well, I remember having rather a striking response to who's the character in one of the Star Wars movies or more of the Star Wars movies. I actually think Brie Larson does a good job in her acting, but if you ever see an interview of her, you want to bend her over your knee and spank the living fuck out of that woman. Seth Rogen's pretty iffy. He's hit and miss. Okay, here's an actor that I don't like. I wouldn't say he's bad at acting exactly, but there's something about his acting that pulls me out of it again. It's the guy who plays the kind of the long, stringy, black-haired guy with the big nose in Star Wars. I don't remember the character's name. He's all dressed in black, and he's a bad guy character. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? I'll pull this bowl while you think about it. Whoever played that guy, I don't think he's a very good actor. Kylo Ren, yeah. Whoever played Kylo Ren, I don't think they're a very good actor. No, it wasn't Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves didn't play that character for sure. I actually think Keanu Reeves is somebody who is naturally a terrible actor who, because he's been doing this job his whole life, has gotten pretty damn good about it. If you've seen that movie where where he plays himself, and it's a movie all with like Chinese people in it. It's like an Asian movie or whatever. But and Keanu Reeves is like, you know, the guy's with his girlfriend, but the girl he really likes is starting to date Keanu Reeves, and they go to dinner together. Of course, the guy's girlfriend is basically like, "Go away now. I'm talking to Keanu Reeves," and Keanu Reeves is being a total douchebag, and then the other girl that he likes is like, "Can you believe it? I'm going out with Keanu Reeves." It's fucking hilarious. And Keanu is such a douchebag in that movie. That's one of his best performances, I think. If you know what I'm talking about, which movie it is. I don't remember what the movie's called. But I guess purportedly Keanu Reeves self-identifies as Asian. So that's why this Asian movie really wanted to get him into it. I haven't seen the new Bill and Ted's. I'm scared to see it. The thing is, Rachel and I, when we heard the new one was coming out, we were motivated to watch. I don't think Rachel had ever seen it before. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, which we both enjoyed. And surprisingly, Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, which was even better than Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Bill and Ted's, if you want a intuition defying thing here, everybody knew, including me back in the day, but everybody knows when you describe it, that although Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure was a great, fun little movie, trying to do a sequel, Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, is guaranteed to be a complete disaster. Except it's actually better than the first one. I mean, I don't like George Carlin in those movies. He's a bad actor. It's like, you know, George Carlin's like me in his nature in some sense. He was pretty well suited for his job as a comedian, but he's not nearly as well suited to play a role in a sitcom or something, you know? And he spent, or as Rufus in the Bill and Ted's movies, he spent the rest of his career doing banal little shit for money, which is fine, you know? And all of his artistry was over by 1977. You know? After that, he was just doing other people's work. What's Keanu Reeves' MBI type? I think he's an ISFP. But he could be an INFP, maybe? Well, it's not so much that comedians have to be actors too, as it is the comedians are looking for a more sustainable line of artistry, because INFP makes sense. Not a bad typing for Keanu. I'd say probably ISFP, but I'd buy INFP. The comedians understand that you can't be a comedian for very long. It's hard to continually come up with new comedy material. And the thing about comedy is once it's seen on TV or something and you're attracting fans, well, it's not like playing songs, right? Fans are coming to hear your songs that you play. And that's great. And you play your songs and they love them and blah, blah, blah. The fans aren't coming to hear the jokes that you say. They're expecting you to be new funny this time. So being a comedian is a very hard to sustain job. So it makes sense that the comedians are looking for something easy to sustain, like somebody else writes for me and I just read the lines. Because a comedian is, in my opinion, a successful comedian impresses me more than any other thing except for a brilliant songwriter. Because a comedian has an incredibly difficult job. They're the actor, they're the writer, they're the choreographer, performer / thing. They're isolated all by themselves, and the only thing they have to use to, captivate the audience is themselves and their jokes. And, it's a one thing that I'm actually scared to do artistically. I'm down to try anything artistically. I do them, no matter how terrible I am at it, Paint an oil painting, Eric. That sounds fun. I'd love to do that. Am I a good oil painter? Absolutely not. But I'd be down to enter a painting contest or whatever. The specific thing about comedy, of course, which is kind of similar to music, well, kind of similar to a lot of performance arts, is that if it's done badly, it's very cringy and uncomfortable and painful. So, unlike, let's say you're watching a bad rendition of a Shakespeare play, it's just boring. You might know these are not very good actors. Wherefore art thou, Romeo? But it's not really going to make you cringe or feel pain. It's just going to bore you. Though comedy is the most dangerous art, because if you pull it off, big reward. Which is the most satisfying feedback in all of art, is a reflexive gut laugh that escapes people because they're so hilaritized by what you said before they have even a chance to think about whether they want to laugh or not. There's no fake laugh involved. There's no even possibility for fake laugh because they've burst out so authentically with real laughter, When you get that, this is me, okay? When I get that in the world, whether it's, the only time I get that is when I make jokes with actual people in the world, and every once in a while, one of them will bust somebody up dramatically, right? One of my biggest laments about live streaming is that no matter how good a joke I make, I can never hear you laugh. Although I can tell when I made a good one because I'll get multiple lulls or something. But I don't think there's any more gratifying sound than the honest laughter of somebody who's responding to your joke. It's the most satisfying feedback there is. But it's a dangerous art sport, right? Because it's also the art sport at which you're most likely to fall into a pit of spikes. If you don't nail it, there's a punishment. So it's like, if I play a boring song reasonably well, and people have to sit through it, they'll just sort of stop. They just sort of stop paying attention, zone out, whatever. Politely clap. I mean, in fact, like music is something that has a role of the performer being paid no attention to at all. For example, there's like piano jazz guy playing in the background at a restaurant. I love that when you got like piano jazz guy, but I don't want to have to clap after every song I'm eating dinner, you know? So that's perfectly fine. We understand that there's plenty of circumstances in which it's nice to have music going and you don't have to be that engaged with it. Can you imagine instead of there being a piano jazz player at this fancy restaurant off in the corner near the bar or whatever, there's a guy doing, adult contemporary jazz jokes. Hey, how's it going, everybody? How many chickens does it take to cross the road? That's not the right formal question. Doing like Mitch Hedberg style jokes. No, because it's talking, right? So you have to pay attention to that talking, or you have to pay attention to your wife who's sitting across the table from you. You can't pay attention to both. You like my Mitch Hedberg routine? Somebody came up to me and they said, how many chickens does it take to cross the road? I said, that's not the right question. I should throw some canned laughter into these streams. You're like one of those wacky DJs, have sound effects. Well, boing. Uh-oh. Wada wada woo. I should have some wacky sound effects. I need like clown horn. I need it would be like the Jim Healy show. When I was a kid on AM radio, there used to be this show called the Jim Healy Show that my dad listened to. And it was like that, but it was sports. So and Jim Healy had this library of, well, I don't know if any of you have watched Genexiel's video about Rand Paul, or any of his videos actually. He likes to like say meow 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 and then put a little clip from a movie to sort of NI it, Well, Jim Healy would do that on the radio. So he'd say, and with another news, the Dodgers have landed a highly desired free agent, and then he pushed the button that made Lawrence Welk say, wonderful, wonderful. And then he'd say something else, and he'd push his quote, and the guy would go, uh-oh, looks like storm cloud's coming, or whatever his little button said, My dad used to listen to that show when I was a little kid, and that's where I got and why I periodically say, wonderful, wonderful. Because for a long time as a kid, I thought he was saying, a waterfall, a waterfall. And then at some point I was corrected, probably by my dad. No, he's saying, oh, wonderful, wonderful is what he's saying. Yeah, for quite a chunk of my childhood, I thought Lawrence Welk was saying, a waterfall, a waterfall. But he wasn't. It makes me want to look up Jim Healy and his sound effects. Let's see what I can find. Like, if I would love to find an audio file of all the little soundbite things that Jim Healy used. James Patrick Healy was a longtime Los Angeles, California sports commentator. KLAC 61 to 65, KFWB 1969, KABC TV 1969 to 84. KLAC. That's where my dad listened to it. 1973 to 82. Whose daily solo radio show featured a number of sound effects and audio clips, drops of famous sports personalities, which he played repeatedly to affect an acerically humorous tone. Haley would then play one of his many favorite audio clips, such as, "That's a bunch of bull. That's just plain poppycock," President Richard Nixon, or "Jim Healy, you've got a weak show," by a Howard Cosell mimic. "Jim Healy, you've got a weak show," or something like that. Yeah. Followed by the Cosell drop, "Who goofed, I gotta know," and "Jim Healy, that's your lowest shot ever." Among his sound effects was a high-pitched smirking laugh track saying like, "Me, hee, 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 hee." Norm Sherry, manager of the Angels, is the source for that me. Perhaps the most notorious and among the most frequently played clip in Healy's collection was a post-game tirade by Dodgers manager Tommy Lasorda after Dave Kingman hit 3 home runs to beat the Dodgers. Lasorda's rant started out, "What's my opinion of Kingman's performance? What the bleep do you think my opinion of it is?" Among other Healyisms, he used the term "zops" as slang for dollars. He referred to fellow LA sports broadcaster Stu Nahan as "silver-tipped Stu." He called Bill Dwyer, sports editor of the Los Angeles Times, "journalist Bill." Ever dismissive of his arch rivals, UCLA alum Healy referred to the USC Trojans as the brain surgeons. He also flashed a distorted recording of the Trojan fight song with the fanfare melting down into a slow sludge prefacing USC news datelines. So in other words, before he said news about USC, he'd go, "Bum, bum, 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 bum." He also called Chick Hearn Chicky Burger. Chris Schneckel, who actually died in 2005, 11 years after Healy, was always referred to as the late Chris Schenkel. His show on KMPC was famous for going over its 30-minute time limit. He would stay on the air as the top of the hour approached and then warn his listeners about the impending dreaded 6 o'clock tone and continue his program. During his late career, one of Healy's favorite clips was from University of Miami defensive end Jerome Brown, captured on tape when Brown led his fellow Hurricanes out of a pre-1907 Fiesta Bowl dinner with opponent Penn State, saying, "Did the Japanese go and sit down and have dinner with Pearl Harbor before they bombed them?" And after Brown died in a car crash in 92, Healy announced his death and never played the clip again. That's a great quote. Like, because in college bowl games, a lot of times they have the two teams go out to dinner first before the college bowl game, And so that player said, "Did the Japanese go out to dinner with Pearl Harbor before they bombed it?" It is a great badass sports thing to say, like they're not even our enemies. They're just a thing we're bombing. What a badass quote. What a great quote. Who was that? Jerome Brown? Jerome Brown? Fucking damn. You get some zops for that. That's got some zappity ziz to it. James Veitch is a decent comedian performer. Does routines of collaborating with spammers. I am still frustrated because the other day I was standing there in the kitchen with Rachel and I made a really funny joke. And I said to her, "Oh, you know what? That would be a really good way to start a comedy routine." And then I repeated the joke. I couldn't quite get it through because I was laughing at the punchline as I said it. And then we moved on to other topics. I still, to this moment cannot remember that joke. I keep wanting to remember it. I know it was a good joke, worth remembering. I don't want to wait for COVID to be over before I leave the house without a mask upon my face. So, a much less exciting title, also a much less good time to live stream, might explain our intimate gathering here today. Yesterday, I had as many as 38 people there for that stream, which is very good numbers for me these days. Although there was occasion when, see, that's the thing, drama brings people in. Of course, the regular community members get sick of it pretty quick when I'm enmeshed in big drama because I'm fighting a battle back and forth continually and ignoring everything but that battle. But it definitely draws people in. Like some of my biggest numbers were during all that Becky stuff, where Becky and I were fighting. Which also big numbers for like C.S. Joseph stuff, and for like when Queen's Gambit was being extra silly. Like those kind of things tend to, if I put up a title like, I'm that conveys I'm super mad at Meow, and yeah, I hope so too. Well, that's the ethics part of this. As I was thinking in the car, if some super drunk person came up to me and tried to give me $500, I definitely wouldn't accept it. I would say, you're super drunk, dude. Just go home, go to bed. There's no way in how I would take the money from a super drunk person. And YouTube absolves me of all responsibility for this because it's like, I had no idea he was even drunk. I had no way of knowing he was gonna drop $500 on me. And it wasn't until I talked to him on the phone that I realized he was drunk, But as far as YouTube's concerned, he super chatted YouTube, and they're going to give me a substantial cut of it. But this in no way, shape, or form does that leave him and become my money. It becomes YouTube's money. So it's like I am completely removed from the ethics equation here on that ground. If he had actually handed me $500 cash, like somehow magically in a drunken moment sent instant mail of $500 bills, I could potentially like mail it back to him or something. But not that I necessarily would think I should. I'm not saying I necessarily should do something like that if it were to happen, but I'm just saying that it's kind of nice how YouTube prevents me from feeling bad. But of course, that's a very TI reason to not feel bad, right? So like he was accusing me of last night, king of technicalities. They aren't technicalities to me. To me, they're the reason why meow meow. No, I don't want to hear Attack on Titan manga spoilers until after this season. Okay? Then I may actually even read the rest of the manga. I am aware that this isn't going to complete the whole storyline. I've read about it. But thank you for the offer. I appreciate it. Okay. I will. I'm not a fan of reading manga, but Attack on Titan's an exception. If there's more of it and they're not going to make more anime, I'm definitely going to read it. It's an amazing piece of art. Attack on Titan. Well, one of the things that in that newlywed game we were playing with each other last night, after we got back from the weed store, just sort of killing time to go to bed, one of the questions was, what is your spouse's favorite TV show? And again, we ran into this SINI issue. Okay, so Rachel's trying to figure out what I'm going to write down. And I'm going to try to figure out what she thinks I'm going to write down. But I know that the show that I SI would jump to right off the bat as the example of a show that she's her favorite show, in the sense that I walked in on her watching it a lot or something. I also know that's not her favorite show, that she's got a lot of critiques about that show now, but rather that it's an SI thing for her. So I'm trying to think, well, what's her actual favorite show? And I have a thought in mind. And meanwhile, she's going, okay, well, here's my actual favorite show. I'm not sure what my actual favorite show is, but here's the show I think Eric is going to guess, because I'm trying to interpret him as SI, right? So we successfully, or more or less successfully, got to Sex and the City is the answer we both expect to put, even though neither of us thought it was actually her favorite show at all. So it's a fun way of distinguishing NI and SI. And then when on the NI level, what actually is, what show do you think is best is an NI question. Which is your favorite show is an FI question. Which show have you watched the most is an SI question, right? So Octavio Silva, you totally should have said Bentavio Silva, just a coincidence. Otherwise, absolutely no relation to me. Anyway, you know your alternate game is supposed to be Quinceañera Golden. I've told you this before. God. What are the types for My Hero Academia characters? Well, I would say like Sparkle Stomach Guy. What type is he? I mean, he's definitely an FI Dom. Or possibly, yeah, I think he's an introvert. I do think that Sparkle Stomach Guy is an introvert, even though he seems kind of maybe he's an extra. Okay, is Sparkle Stomach an ENFP, ESFP, INFP, or ISFP? He's one of those four. What do you guys think? The guy who shoots the sparkles out of his stomach, but it makes him sick. I forget what his name is. He's FI 1 or 2 for sure. Okay. Now, the main character who gets all one for all, from the big blonde buff guy. I'd say ESFP probably. I'm not sure really. The fire and ice guy, the guy who is half white and half red and shoots both fire and ice, he seems like an ISTP. The perv with the balls on his head, I don't know. There you go. Doesn't that sound like a Mexican spy's name? That's the name of a Mexican super spy. Quinceañera Golden. She goes around flies around the world on spy missions. I don't know what you think you're doing, but keeping our golden here. I am Mexico's greatest spy. I am here to stop your evil and nefarious plans. Mexico's most famous female spy, Quinceañera Golden. She single-handedly saved the Uyghurs from PRC oppression. Pretty big accomplishment for a superhero. I want to make a superhero movie where the people who need to be saved are the Uyghurs, and the superhero's strategy is to successfully manage like mountains of PRC red tape and actually get Uyghurs visas to different countries. It would be a very boring superhero movie. Visa Man. The story of Visa Man, who successfully acquired travel visas for Uyghurs from the Chinese government. That is a superpower. That is a real superpower. I don't know what type that perp guy is with the balls on his head. I never liked his well, the thing is, I actually kind of agree to all this. This is something that's now I don't want to talk about healthcare. Okay, healthcare is a complicated question. I want to talk about it, and because I think it's a significant kind of matter. The United States is approaching healthcare currently in the worst possible way. Healthcare is something that you actually need to go to either end of the spectrum on. Either end's fine. You can go completely insurance free, like make health insurance illegal, and let the free market determine the prices for things. So all healthcare professionals have a vested interest in having customers who can pay for their service. So all of a sudden, if you make health insurance illegal, then make everybody pay per service, then you have exactly the right amount of usage of your healthcare system. In other words, people don't go use the healthcare system when they're not sick, which not only happens in the status quo, but is encouraged with these prevention shit, So you either go to that end, completely get rid of health insurance, and have regulations for quality, but not for how they do business, right? Or you go the other end and go single payer. Those are the only two smart ways to do healthcare. Single payer is way smarter than what we currently have, this clusterfuck of insurance companies and Medicares and the basic problem with allowing insurance companies to be the primary players in a free market is that everything gets jacked up in terms of price. So if actual human beings are paying for their healthcare, then it can only be so expensive, right? If insurance companies are paying for healthcare. So when I go into my doctor's visit to get my Adderall prescription renewed, as I have to do at least once a year, because he's supposed to do it like every 4 months, but my doctor's pretty, there's so little reason to have to. My prescription has been the same for years and years now. It's not gone up. It's not gone, it's just been exactly the same, 215s a day. It's been that for ever since I got to my, there's like 4 months where I switched the medication a little bit each month, and then I got the 215s and I stayed right there. And I've been there ever since, from the very beginning. So there's not really a lot of, no oversight body is going to look at that prescription from that doctor to me as questionable, because number one, I bet I'm the only person he's ever prescribed it to, since when I walked into his office, the first thing he told me is, I don't prescribe amphetamines. You're going to have to go see a specialist. But I'm very fortunate. I have an ISTP doctor. I'm a supervisor type, and I talked his ass into it, Yeah, you can only use it only sends out 3 notifications per 24 hours. So I frequently have more call for notifications than it allows me per day. I don't know if I get in trouble for that or like with the algorithm or something, but it's like, I'm not trying to game you, YouTube. Of all the people on YouTube, I am the lowest kind of gaming you. I can barely get myself to do the simple things that you want me to do to game you, like make good thumbnails. And the best thing I can do as far as gaming is try to come up with good titles. And I'm often completely wrong about which titles are going to pop and which ones aren't. So I think, oh, this is a good title, and I'll get a small amount of people. I think, oh, this is a good title. I get a shit ton of people. Oh, I was right. Well, was I right, or was it just because I was wrong last time I thought that? I'm glad I caught the replay of the last 30 minutes. I'm grateful to be described as normal. All things are relative. So if I had a time machine, would you go back to work with me? No, I don't think. I don't want to spend all the time catching you up. I'm curious for anybody who has an answer to this, what was your overall sort of metabolized takeaway from that stream last night? It took me quite a while to process it after it was over. It was, like I said, neither Rachel or I were going to go to sleep anytime soon after it was over. We were both, we had adrenaline pumping. We had a little bit of a conversation about like kind of me saying, not really I'm sorry but kind of me expressing, I'm aware that you had to go through some bruising shit for that. And that's what I'm getting at, Octavia Silva. So we had a conversation and about how that was that was one of the other ethical considerations. It's right. It's like I had to ask Rachel to take one for the team but we had a conversation about why. I want people to attack my relationship as much as possible if they want to, because I'm of the mindset, and I think this is how it plays out, that every time somebody tries to say why I'm bad or why Rachel's bad or why we're bad or anything, actually not just a relationship, I like people to try to shit on me, because to me, they're pitching me softballs that allow me to demonstrate just how wrong they are and or explain just how wrong they are. Like all of these critiques are critiques that potentially somebody out there is thinking, potentially we're going to be attacked on. I'm aware of the fact that almost every single attack can be traced back to one of two things. It's either straight up projection on their part, in which case it's not about anything that I did to give them ammunition, or I get what they're twisting into ammunition. So an example of one time when I was really unsatisfied until I got a bit of NI was the time when that crazy ESFP dude made a video accusing me of I'm not made a video. I'm sorry. He left a comment saying I was clearly attracted to other women on a typing session. And it was very frustrating to me because I thought to myself, okay, I know I agree with you, Octavia Silva. You're correct to correct me there. I had to ask Rachel specifically to take one for the team, which is to say he was bullying Rachel. And instead of simply stopping it, I tried to have the thing play out. And I believe Rachel would agree that I made the right decision last night. I'm quite confident she would agree. And what was interesting was her explanation was more like, here's why I had to say that hurts my feelings. Which was, I needed to establish that I knew where my own boundaries were externally, vocally. So it was actually kind of all FE on both of our parts, I guess you could say. I mean, the thing is, we're so tight and so totally good and stuff. Remember, she was attacking Rachel. He was attacking Rachel, but he was attacking well, yeah, he was just attacking Rachel directly. I think I tried to remove the comments where he just was saying things about Rachel's looks or Rachel's intelligence or something. And Rachel and I talked about that a little bit last night too, how stupid it is to think that she's dumb. Note, 90% of my nature, my thinking, is externalized, it seems like. And 100% of my thinking is externalized as far as you're concerned. So you're always, or not quite 100%. Let's say Rachel, we're sitting here. When she's talking, then I'm not. Now, what percentage of the time am I talking versus she's talking? 90%, 95%, right? The thing is, she's a knower. She has NI-DOM. So her dominant nature and function and the way she thinks and knows and understands things is not visible to people. And mine is almost always visible to people. So, of course, you're going to do a much better job of evaluating my inner thought processes than you're ever going to do evaluating hers. Because my inner thought processes are TI and SI. I'm going to share with you my memories and my justifications. There are going to be things that I'm going to say out loud to you, right? And a very interesting contrast between Rachel and I regarding last night was she was sort of waiting for NI to explain to her why Formal Hot had snapped or whatever. I had two alternate theories that I had come to that satisfied me because they were both possible. And we had an interesting talk about how NI and SI display differently there. Like I thought, okay, possibility one, he's been sober for a long time, and Thursday night or Friday morning, he went off the wagon. Possibility number two, he's one of those INTJs who needs a drunken bender every 6 weeks or they go insane. Like Mega Bro, for example. But the thing is, the fact that it started Friday morning and then Friday night, it was clear he's drunk. Suggests Friday morning it was drunk too, which suggests he started Thursday night. Because usually people aren't already drunk Friday morning. But of course, I don't know his time zone. Oh no, I do know his time zone. He's, I think, 1 hour later than me. So anyway, he's U.S. and he's west of the Mississippi. So he's at most two hours ahead of me. Anyway, so that's my hypothesis. So And then I also thought of the latter of those two options. Well, it's probably not the INTJ one, because I don't think the INTJ would stretch their drunkenness through Thursday night through to Friday night. However, it might be the case that an INTJ who engages in this once every 6 weeks drunk so they can get out of their NI might start it in the morning for TE reasons. Not because they're alcoholic morning day drinkers, but because their NITE goes, well, this is the day I've set aside for the drunk I need so I can reset my NI. What says, Mom? Have you ever had that experience? Do you ever feel like you need to reset your NI by getting drunk every once in a while? It's something I've heard from an INTJ before and got confirmation of from another INTJ before, but that's the extent of my data I have on it. You might be desensitized by decades of internet arguing. Well, Genexial, I'm going to give you a bit of a suggestion. If you have sex less frequently, your penis will feel more sensitive. So maybe you're humping too often. But yeah, I understand Octavio Silva. All I can say is I didn't let him berate Rachel for content, okay? I want to make that abundantly clear. I was genuinely interested in the whole thing, right? Like, I was very much interested in trying to figure out what the hell had happened with Fall Hot, because I had never encountered anybody who went such. Thank you, Genexio. Thanks. I made a penis joke. Yeah. I never encountered anybody who, for such a long time, was so, pleasant and smart and interesting and an engager and obvious supporter. I mean, willing to give me $100 on multiple occasions prior. Well, I just, it was baffling, right? I had to have some, I was seeking understanding of the whole thing. And the only way I could get that understanding was to let it play out. I also do think that it was very interesting content, but the reason it was interesting content is because it's revelatory about how to how to deal with things and the human experience in general. Like the way that this engagement format limits our information about you, but not me, is makes for very interesting intuition dynamics, right? So what I can intuit from you, from your text and behavior, is limited. And so a lot of people come in and try to play intuitively suggest meow before I actually in other words, I'm going to trap Eric by fooling him and then land the blow by revealing you've been fooled. That's a popular thing for, like, no troll comes in right away, or very few come in right away and say, rips it, I'm a troll and I can start trolling right away. They usually try to fake being a new person for a while. The thing is, I didn't understand it as sad at all until I got a phone call and I realized he was drunk. And I should have probably I guess I probably should have shut it down right then. I have a particular amount of sympathy for alcohol problem, whether it's momentary or long term. So in other words, anybody can have an alcohol problem on a given night. You drink too much, you puke, or you drink too much, you make an ass of yourself. That doesn't necessarily mean you have an alcohol problem, but maybe you have no problem with alcohol at all in general and rarely drank, and it was one of the few times you drank and you had a bad experience. Nevertheless, at that moment, you had a problem related to alcohol. Okay. So the thing is, I have a lot of sympathy, empathy, and experience with having a problem with alcohol. So I really should have probably stopped it right away, knowing that this guy's drunk. Once I determined he was drunk. What's weird is it never occurred to me that he might be drunk or on drugs or something until I heard his voice. Never occurred to me. I just thought, okay, there's got to be an explanation, a reason, a TI reason. That's projecting my frame onto everybody else, right? That there has to be a TI reason why you're doing this. That I want to know what it is that I was so wrong about that made you mad, so I can see if I actually was wrong about it, or if you're just clinging to your preferred position. Yeah, and I kind of I'll give myself a little bit of an excuse there that it was so I felt several steps behind for a change, like, hold on, I'm still trying to catch up here on meanings as things are evolving before my eyes. And it's unusual for me. I almost always feel ahead of the game in that regard. And it's like what Dahl says there. I'm going to sort of forgive myself in the sense that I hadn't done the processing yet I needed to do to recognize that I should end it right then, because I was still processing shit that was still before that. It was like, what the? And I tried to ask the guy, I don't know if it's like the first time he called, I said, "You sound drunk." All I wanted to say to him was, like, "You sound drunk. I don't think you should get on the mic. Do you really want to do this?" But as soon as I said, "You sound drunk," he reacted defensively. Oh, so now you're going to accuse me of being drunk or whatever. Like, that's not what I was trying to get at, dude. I'm not trying to shit on you. I'm trying to protect you. But, yeah, maybe I was too caught up in it. I don't know. It's one of those circumstances where there were moments when it got my adrenaline going a bit. Not because I was angry. The thing is, I didn't get angry at any point. And the reason being, I didn't know why he was saying those. I couldn't understand why, like what the reasons were. So I don't like being, well, again, map and territory, right? There was a big gap between my map with that guy and the territory all of a sudden. And I really wanted to figure out, I wanted to close that gap. What the hell's going on here? What are YT ethics? Are they different from normal ethics? Well, specifically in this instance, Raphael, what I'm talking about is, it occurred to me after the stream last night and, when we went to the weed store or whatever, if a super drunk guy at a bar or something tried to give me $500, there's no way in hell I would accept it. I'd say, dude, you're drunk. Put your money back in your wallet. Go to your house. Go to bed. No way I would accept it. And I would, if I did accept it, and I was like, ha ha ha, I got that drunk guy's $500, I'd really dislike myself, But of course, on YT, I have, first of all, no way of knowing he's drunk. Second of all, no way of knowing he's going to give $500. Third of all, he gives the $500 to YouTube, actually, not to me. And YouTube gives me a substantial portion of it, but yeah, look, I'm not feeling guilty. I am musing about the fact that I have nothing to feel guilty about, because in a comparable situation where I was afforded the opportunity to interface in the situation rather than simply receive, then I would consider myself immoral for accepting it, you know? All right, so let me see what Winston's mom said about the drinking. I'm still considering. Oh, let's see. I can't drink. I have a tendency to ask random strangers to teach me to dance. I can't imagine for the life of me doing what he did last night. I've never had to reset my NI. I wouldn't know how. When I say reset it, I mean basically INTJs that I heard explain it to me is that he felt like he kept getting more and more no-y at the expense of the other functions until he got drunk, which I guess kicked out his SE basically and made things physicalized, you know? And then there's a train wreck in progress and no one could look away. Human nature side. All you human people are so interesting. You too, Winston Mom. You're an interesting human people too. Did anyone play the phone call back while listening to possible suspect channels? His typing was flawless for a drunk person. It's easier to make these calls. What's it in retrospect than I do in a moment for him? I did once go drunk shopping online in the middle of the night when I did drink. LL Bean delivered 9 pairs of men's boat shoes to the house. My friends were rolling on the floor. Yeah. I've done lots of dumb things when drunk. I'm not usually buying things, but lots of stupid things when drunk. I'm still considering the idea of resetting my eyes. Does that move to an enchanted cottage in Tennessee and become rather reclusive? Count as that? Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad to hear you talking about cottages. Rachel and I have been noticing the houses that look more like cottages around here lately. That house looks a lot like a cottage. This is, you know, it's one of the game. I don't know how it's exactly. I guess it probably started with the cottage cheese thing, but no, I think actually the house cottage thing started was the thing that we were doing that made me think of the joke about, or the riddle, was both a dwelling and a cheese. Anyway, yeah, we've been driving around looking at houses that look like cottage and talking about cottages and talking about what makes them look more like a cottage than a regular house. One of the things we've been talking about lately. He tried to donate again, but he hit the YT donation limit. I'm happy there's a YT donation limit. That makes me feel relieved. I don't want somebody to give me $1,000. Unless they're super rich, then fine. If they're super rich, then and they want to give me $1,000, fantastic, great. But like I know Frank James got like a $1,500 super chat or something before they put that limit in, I guess, and 270, 260. You're off by probably at least $20 there. You're off. I get at least $20 more than you give me than that. I'd say maybe as many as $50 more than that. Like YouTube does take about half. I don't think they take 3/5. Hi Susie, nice to see you. You know what I watched the other day for a little while that I really enjoyed? It takes 30. Okay, so then they get a third of $500, which is half of 333, which is 1 66.5. $166.5, Octavio Silva. Okay. That's 16.5 different from what you said. What? Oh, right. What did I watch the other day? Sorry, Susie. I got sidetracked. There's this video of, it's actually a live stream, I guess, of local Susie and Squill Batter Patty having a conversation. And I'm using like a thing to move their arms from off camera. If anybody wants to know exactly what Susie sounds like, I'm going to share it with you right now. Now, one thing that a lot of people don't know is that remote Susie, the one who's here, who lives in Norway, is just one of two identical twin Susies. The other identical twin Susie lived in Laverne, and she was known as local Susie. And she looks exactly the same as Susie. And she talks exactly the same as Susie, too. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share a little bit of local Susie and Squill Batter Patty talk typology with you by this way.
Hello, I'm local Susie. And this is my friend, Squill Batter Patty. Hello. And we're here to talk typology with you. I'm from Norway, originally, and now I live here in Laverne. And I am an expert on typing and typology. Me too. No, you're not. Square, you don't really know anything. Yes, I do. Really? Yes. Okay. So, if you'd like to ask any questions of me, local Susie, or me, Will Batter Patty, please come on and ask me questions.
That's local Susie. And as you can clearly hear, she sounds exactly like real Susie. Okay? She sounds exactly like real Susie. She has the same typology knowledge as real Susie. That is true, Susie. This is what happens if you befriend Eric. Weird shit happens. You know what else weird happened to Susie? After she met me, she immediately became featured. I guess probably the Norwegian Travel Advisory Board must have seen her on my channel, and they hired her to make a travel advisory video about Norway. It's true. And it's all thanks to me and my encouragement of the Norway Travel Advisory Board to hire Susie as the narrator for this video. Of course, she if you type into YouTube Norway Advisory Board, it's the first result, which I'm pretty happy about. I guess there's not any other Norway advisory boards. And then you can see here, Susie goes by an alias of Negbu Sansu or something like that.
Like almost all Norwegians, I spend most of my time here in Norway's signature landmass, the fjord. Hi, my name is Negbu Sansu, and I'm from Norway. Although Scandinavian, my people lack wooden shoes, tulips, white and blue hats, even windmills. What do we get in exchange? Fjords, naturally. These just water betwixt mountains comprise both our national pride and the engine of a robust economy. In Norway, nearly every minute of every day is centered around the fjord. Norwegian fishermen pull the fruit of the fjord to be salted and feasted upon throughout our long winter nights. Our farmers plant meager plots of beans and peanuts along the rocky slopes high above the waterways. Legumes provide the bulk of our people's protein. Yes, fjord living sure is fine. I've been Legbo Samsu. Thanks so much for listening, and as we say in Norway, you're always home in the fjords.
F to the J to the O to the R to the fjords. It's the fjords. FJORDS spells fjords. They're the best. FJ. Not a lot of words that start with FJ, but fjord does. Fjords, cause I'm going to Norway. I'm gonna hang in the fjord today. Circle your wheel, lead me to the fjord of Norway. This ain't Denmark, no Holland, no Finland, no Sweden, no Scandinavian, sure, but that's the poor way. But this is motherfucking Norway.
This is the Norwegian national anthem, by the way.
I like the fjords. Bee horde, a horde of bees down at the fjord, geez. Are you the police of the fjord bees or what? Knock that shit out, fjord geez. Norway has a shit ton of fjords. Everybody come and look at my fjords.
That's Norway's national anthem. Norway has a shit ton of fjords. Everybody come and look at my fjords. That's famous Norwegian singer Schmergy Bergy. So yeah, that was Susie doing the narration there about the informative video about Norway, when she informs us that legumes comprise the primary source of protein for her food, and that they're famous for raising meager crops on the rocky shores. What am I looking for? Ah, that's right. A coffee filter. Well, I don't have any here, but I have these, and that's good enough. Here, I'll bring you with me. Come along, guys. Come over here. Hey, look at Eric. He's still with us. He's over here now. I'm going to put this like this. This is how you do this if you don't have any coffee filters. You make a cross out of 2 paper towels, as per okay, like this. And then you go like that. That's it. It's just that simple. You don't have to buy coffee filters anymore. You just buy paper towels. Okay, what do you need to do next? You're not done yet. You haven't finished making coffee. That's not all that's required. What's lacking in this coffee pot? Liquid. There's no liquid anywhere in the coffee maker as well. So what do I need to do? Pour water into the coffee maker. There we go. First, I'll fill this coffee pot up full of water. It's a good idea to use the coffee pot as the measuring device for how much water to fill, because it's the same size as the vessel into which the liquid will fall later. Helpful life hack tip number 4. Okay, now that the coffee pot has been filled up with water, as per you're going to look at your coffee making device. There should be a hole with a big area where water goes. Find that hole. It's right there. I'm going to go ahead and pour this water right into there with a pouring action. Don't pour too fast. Remember, your coffee pot can only pour as fast as the pouring spout on the tip of it allows. If it's got a narrow spout, you're going to have a less robust pouring capacity, and you're going to need to account for that, or else you're going to have a mess on your hands. Next, you're going to insert this coffee pot back into the maker. Don't go from this side. Go straight on in like this. Pow. Okay, great. We're still not quite done. We're still not quite done. And why? Well, obviously, the key ingredient in any pot of coffee is coffee. But here's the deal. That's why we put these paper towels here. The coffee is so small and powdery that if we didn't have the paper towels, it would fall right through into the water. We want to separate the little powdery brown bits from the water that we eventually drink. So that's what the paper towels are for. Put that second scoop in. Give a little bit of a flourish. Give a little bit of a whoopah. And it's all it takes. Just 2 scoops. Don't go overboard. Nobody likes super strong coffee. Everyone thinks like, oh, it's tough or something. No, it's just bad coffee making protocol is what it is. Now, there's one last step. Don't forget this step or else you'll sit down and you're going to have to come back over here and fix it. You got to push a button somewhere. On this coffee maker, the button's right here. Pow. It's been pushed. And you might say, well, Eric, how do you make the water go through the coffee? That's what this does. I don't have to physically lift the water and put it into the coffee. That's what the button does. So if you think, God, that's so much better than the way I currently drink coffee, which is just pour ground into a cup of water, put it in the microwave, and then drink it like that. No, that's not a good way to do it. Try it this way instead. I want to show you also that toaster right there is a gift from Winston's mom. It came in the mail to my house from Winston's mom. A toaster. Someday, if you are an incredibly famous and successful YouTuber like me, people from the internet might send you, someone from the internet may someday, if you become as famous and successful as I, you might randomly receive a toaster in the mail. It's pretty exciting to randomly receive shit in the mail. Winston's mom didn't just send us a toaster. She also sent us this Cadbury caramel spread, which I've never had and we haven't opened yet. Because when she got us these things, we were on a bagel kick. But of course, we ate all those bagels, and we're currently on a yogurt kick, kind of, I guess. Well, I mean, we're always on a... Oh, Rachel's used this, looks like. It looks like Rachel already used some of this stuff. Elliot's Everything Bagel Nut Butter. I mean, I think we all know what my nut butter is, and you wouldn't want to put it on a bagel. But this nut butter is not the same kind of nut butter. She also sent me this, which it also appears Rachel's gotten into. Because it looks like, yeah, Rachel used some of this already. Do you have to refrigerate this? See, if there's something that has to be refrigerated after opening, and do not refrigerate, it says. If something has to be refrigerated after opening, and then we're going to start over. Because Rachel's not going to look to see if it needs to be refrigerated unless it has the big letters on it or something. That's TE Polar, you know. What was a hilarious fucking TE Polar thing she said the other night that made me go, thank you for giving me such a hilarious TE Polar thing? Um, I know. She was going to the sink and trying to clean one of these pokers. There's the thinner kind in this. Just trying to clean the resin off of it. So, Rachel, what are you doing? She's like, I'm cleaning my poker because it's too covered with resin. I'm like, sweetie. I've got a great idea. Give me that poker. Really. Here's a new stick. Can you imagine trying to clean a skewer that you use as a bong poker, trying to clean the resin off of it as a way to deal with the fact that your poker's not working anymore? When it's just a skewer from the drawer in there, it's like, I just get you another skewer, baby. Right? You are putting way too much energy into cleaning a poker. Yeah, the poker is this, right? This is the poker. My bong is bigger than hers, so I need a chopstick size poker. Her bong is smaller, so she uses a skewer size poker. And so since she didn't have her poker was too encrusted with shit, and these chopstick pokers don't fit in her bong, she just decided to clean her skewer. And it's like, okay, some things in life are meant to be disposable. Bong pokers that you make out of skewers and chopsticks are disposable. Actually, it was just yesterday. The reason it was yesterday that I changed this water was because this bong was clogged. I kept poking. It still stayed clogged. What the fuck's wrong with that? I tried to squirt water in there with the hose and everything. It still was clogged. And then I realized, it's clogged in this hole because this has an ice catcher. So it means that it comes to a narrow spot in the middle. And that's where it gets clogged sometimes. So once but I'd already gone outside and changed the water and stuff before I realized, the reason it's clogged is here. It's not here, So the residue increases the potency. I mean, I hate resiny bong rips. Yeah, sort of. It's true. It's like you could smoke resin. Boy, is that a terrible idea, Winston's mom. That is a terrible idea because you want to talk about sticky, hard to get off shit. Bong resin will, it's like NASA's most powerful adhesive. Right, I agree. That's just resin waste, not extract concentrate, for fuck's sake. Boba Fett's a little bit right there. I hate resiny hits. And when I do, I know I need to clean my bong because it's like, ugh, and I feel like I want to. Rachel has it. She's got this orange clean bong cleaner stuff. Her bong's way cleaner than mine. Like, Rachel changes her water probably every day and cleans her bong like every few days, maybe. Whereas when I have to change the water, it's because there's a problem. Like yesterday, where it was so clogged here that I could no longer smoke out of this bong, and I couldn't diagnose the problem. So it's like, okay, I got to empty out the water and take the hose and see if I can knock loose whatever the jam is, But I agree. If like cleanliness of bong is important to you, and before you smoke out of it, then you're not gonna want to smoke out of my bong. Well, but what I have that works kind of like a bong cleaner is a bottle cleaner. Bottle cleaners are pretty good for bong cleaners. I haven't used this one for that purpose. Once you use it for that purpose, you might as well throw it away. It's, from that point forward, black. I mean, I don't find that to be the case. I definitely don't find it to be the case that it's way better experience to smoke from a crystal clean bong. I find the difference between smoking from a bong with clean water and a bong with dirty water is very minor. The only time I hate it when it's dirty and it causes me a problem is when the bong kisses me. So if sometimes it's stuck, you know, and you go, come on, pull through. And then finally it releases all of a sudden. Then you get a splash of water on your lips. That's called the bong's kissing you. When the water is really filthy, is especially gross, I guess. But, you know, it's my own bong water. It's like your own BO. It doesn't smell so bad. I agree about the icy cold water. I do like to do ice cubes occasionally. Yeah, an ice catcher. It's called Raphael. This has an ice catcher in it too, and that's what I was saying. Is that's where the clog was yesterday? It was in the ice catcher. It wasn't in the. So this kissed me a couple of times during that bong rip because I just changed the water and there's a little bit too much water in it. So I'm gonna have to actually pour out a little bit of water. Wow, it's so dirty already. I just changed it yesterday. It's absolutely filthy already. There, that's better. Okay, that's the right amount. I think we decided Raphael was a textbook super friendly ISFJ, maybe ESFJ, right? We're all in agreement about that, right? Raphael Avallaris is either an ISFJ or an ESFJ. Okay, that's what I have, Genexial, actually, it's got 3 triangles kind of that. Yeah, I have that. I can't even see it. Jesus. Like, let me see if I can show you the inside of my bong. I haven't looked in there in ages, but that hole right there is actually the thing you're describing, Genexial, but it's so caked with resin that, and that's where it was clogged just is that hole right there. That's the hole that, besides the hole, it goes through the ice catcher. If by 3-way roundabout hole you mean like 3 triangles coming towards each other but not meeting, so there's a hole in the middle of them, that's what this has. Is the high from a bong different from a blunt? You know what? Good question. Interesting question as well. I used, well, a blunt, yes. And the reason a blunt is yes is because it's got high nicotine level paper on it. So in other words, a cigar paper is a It's got its own drug to it. And the strong mix of the two is a little bit of a different high than non-tobacco paper, because it's like normally you don't smoke tobacco into your lungs that's as strong as a cigar paper. But also, because it's just the paper, you don't have the really harsh lung reaction that you would if you were to try to smoke a cigar straight into your lungs without going into your mouth first, you know? And I really like smoking blunts, but I guess not enough to go out and buy those kind of papers. Also, the issue is, if you're gonna roll blunts, you better have a big bag of relatively cheap weed, because you're gonna burn through a lot of weed smoking blunts. Granted, even Rachel and I, between the two of us, are not gonna finish a whole blunt. I know this from having smoked a few blunts along the way on our trip to Washington. We got some of those Zigzag's version of Philly Blunts papers, because Zigzag has a version of that. So we smoked a few blunts on that trip, and even the two of us, there'd be a good nub of it left when we were done smoking, and we're both heads, so to speak. Anytime we roll a joint, we'll finish it. We'll sit here and pass it back and forth until it's done, I would also recommend to anybody who's not familiar with them to be very careful with marijuana edibles. I have myself one time, a long time ago, had an experience where I ate a substantially amount too much, and I was more or less out of commission for 24 to 36 hours or something. But that was a long time ago, and I gotta say, nowadays, like, I took 200 out of commission, meaning I was too high to comfortably go about my business. I had to just lie down and wait it out, It's like, I have to get up and go pee. So like feeling. It's kind of like a trip. I mean, the thing is, it depends how much you eat. Your metabolism processes are a lot slower than your smoking conversion processes. So, I mean, what I mean by out of commission is, normally I can go about my normal business without thinking about being on any drug, no matter how much weed I smoke or eat. And that, in that instance, I was not normal for a good 24 to 36 hours, which means I didn't feel like I could carry about my normal business. But it doesn't mean I was unconscious for 24 to 36 hours or anything like that, So basically, most of one day was shot. Then I slept the night, and then the next day I still didn't really feel up to dealing with shit. Okay, so as far as Alan Bryan says, I don't get downers at all. I mean, what's the point? That's always been my position as well on it. I have to tell you that there is one very dangerous combination that people who have access to both are at risk of getting into. I'm not, because I'm way ahead of it. But benzos and speed go great together. Benzos and speed, if you do enough speed to outweigh the sleepiness of the benzos, it's like you have all the speed and none of the gackiness. They're great together. So, it's really easy to understand how some people end up embracing the Judy Garland special, which is speed in the morning, benzos in the evening. Also, the Mickey Rooney special. Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland are famous for their handlers at the movie studios, just managing their willingness, enthusiasm, whatever, with drugs like that. Just Judy's really not feeling like it today. She's really tired and not happy and throwing a little fit. Give her more speed. Judy can't sleep at all. Give her a bunch of benzos. God, she's just a child. Old days Hollywood. That's show business for you, kid. That's show business. They were the best man and maid at my parents' wedding. Judy Garland and Mickey Rooney were the best man and maid of honor at your parents' wedding? I mean, that's shockingly like kind of a big deal. Like they must have been famous themselves, right? Or were they in Hollywood too? Interesting. Well, Mickey Rooney had a very long career and a long-lasting voice in Hollywood. So he's the opposite of Judy Garland, who was dead before she was 50. Your dad was blacklisted by Hedda Hopper? Huh. I don't know who Hedda Hopper is, but this now sounds like a whole very interesting family history. So Hedda Hopper was a strong proponent of the House on Un-American Activities Committee and was actively named suspected communist and was a major proponent of the Hollywood blacklist. What a gash. What a gash. That's our new word for country without a re. Screenwriter Jay Bernstein related that when he told Hopper that many people in Hollywood privately called her a Nazi because of her extreme conservatism, the gossip columnist began to cry and replied, Jay, all I've ever tried to be is a good American. That's what happens when you don't critique your own framework. Gash. Oh, she also made a point of encouraging her readers to destroy the career of those whom she suspected of being homosexual. What a country without a re. Oh my God. On May 8th, 1913, Hopper married actor and singer DeWolf Hopper. They had one child, William, who later played Paul Drake in the Perry Mason series. The couple divorced in 1922. She died in 1966. Huh. She has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame? They should rip that thing out, for God's sakes. God. Yeah, it's totally cancel culture, right? I appreciate that, having access to that name, because I'm going to change the name of cancel culture to head a hopper culture. Head a hopper culture is that which wants to suppress everything they don't like. And this is the thing. This is one thing I wanted to chat about a bit, is the distinction between free expression and free speech. So Genexiel correctly said in his short video that he made about ISTP stereotypes, about Rand Paul, that he'd be monitoring the comments carefully and don't come at him with your free speech arguments. He's not the government. He's not he's not making a law punishing you for speaking or something like that. He's, choosing to run his own little restaurant the way he wants to run it, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? And that's absolutely correct about free speech. Free expression as a value is a different matter, and a much more discretionary or interfacey kind of a matter. So it's like issues of free expression definitely come into play when discussing last night's stream, whereas issues of free speech don't. Obviously, nobody has any free speech rights on my channel, and I don't even have any free speech rights on my channel because it's YouTube's channel, really. What I have is a community and a forum that, a forum, I should say, not a community. What I have is a platform that articulates to me as carefully as they can what their community standards are, and requires me to have absolute liability, quote unquote, regarding their upholding of them. So, absolute liability is a term that means you don't have to have intent that you were doing something wrong to do something wrong, or knowledge that you were doing something wrong to be punishable for doing the thing. That's what absolute liability means. Almost no crimes comprise absolute liability. In other words, almost every crime you could commit, power is not the problem, actually. I guarantee you that's not true. I will not be corrupted by power. Absolutely not true. Now, I agree. I'm the very stark exception. Almost everybody who seeks political power, by virtue of their seeking it, invalidates their qualification for having it, as per the philosopher King, Okay, Gen Xel, you are TI correct. Gen Xel wins the point for you, Alan Bryan. Why, here's what I'm talking about. If you want to say, is somebody TI polar? And this is a perfect example. Alan says, power is the problem. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I said, I don't agree with that. It's not going to corrupt me. Although it might be the exception. Well, if I am the exception, then he's right. And I should agree with it. Because he didn't say power corrupts everybody. He's saying power has a corruptive potential, at least. But he did say absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's true, but for an odd reason. If you have absolute power, then if you aren't corrupt, your first job is to, and your first primary matter of concern is to shave off parts of your own power and create an appropriately balanced system with checks, with competing power wells that check and balance each other. If you don't choose to do that first thing, then you are corrupt because you've taken your absolute power and chose to hold on to it rather than fix the problem. Because the problem is, if I have absolute power, great. But if I have absolute power, that means there's a mechanism. Well, I mean, absolute political authority. Kim Jong-un has absolute political authority, right? So let's change it from power to political authority. Putin has more or less absolute political authority. POTUSes definitely don't. But I'm talking about the issue of just in the abstract, based on the quote, absolute power corrupts absolutely, which is the implication there is the more unilateral your power, the less likely it is to be uncorrupt, right? So if you are the sole lone authority and there's no other meaningful checks and balances on your choice making and the implementation thereof, then it's much more likely to become corrupt than if power is split into different areas. I mean, that's a great sentence, Scott Steiner. But nevertheless, I'm gonna go a little bit more NI here and a little less TI and say I like to call our country a citizen democracy, regardless of the technical terms, republic, democracy, whatever. Okay, I like to call it a citizen democracy because I like to put the word citizen first, as it highlights the fact that purportedly we are our government, that the citizens are our government, and that we change which citizens go to be the government. And there's a lot of people who say that's all theater hiding the real thing going on underneath the scenes. Well, even if it is all theater, I'm not saying that it is, but let's, for the sake of argument, say it is all theater underneath the scenes. The theater itself still gets lots of publicity. In other words, the words that the presidents say get reported upon. Yeah, exactly, Gen X. Washington is a good example of restraint. It's not the public school system that failed you. It's this attempt to differentiate very precisely between republic, democracy, or whatever. It's a mistake because it's missing the decisive frame matter, which is, look, we've got a number of different ways to try to have governance be some form of self-governance. At a small enough population, you could have potentially a direct democracy, but no matter what, any kind of self-governing organism is going to begin and be born with unequal political power between the individuals involved. For example, let's say there's a new undiscovered island, never been discovered before somehow, and me and my family and 3 other families move to this island. And we say, we're going to be a straight up democracy. Everybody gets a vote. But one of these families has a 2-year-old. Does the 2-year-old get a vote? I mean, isn't that really just giving that family an extra vote? Because isn't the 2-year-old just going to vote how the parents tell them? Maybe we should limit who exactly gets a vote here. And it turns out that, let's say, none of the wives are really that interested in these political meetings, and they stop going. And then all of a sudden, it's just the husbands who are there and making the votes. And so, you know what? To make this streamlined, just have the dudes deal with this. Women, you be responsible for these kind of things, maybe. is like naturally occurring representative democracy, quote unquote, right? That each family sends one family member to represent their family. That's a thought experiment democracy occurring. Okay. Now we can quibble over what terms we want to call this form of attempted self-governance or that form of attempted self-governance. But there aren't very useful things to say because ultimately the basic vision here is that a country of independently successful individuals work in a civil fashion towards clarity about what ought to be, and in pursuit of making specific legislative decisions where they're necessary. The problem is politicians have the problem is not politics, it's politicians. And it's not even politicians, it's parties. It's like politics has become an ideology war. It's not even about the ideology, right? It's about it's a box war. I put myself in this box, and I put other people either in the box with me or in the other box, right? It wasn't always. That's not the case. Look up the era of good feelings under President Monroe. Wasn't always the case. During the era of good feelings, there was a general consensus that we should just get rid of political parties because there wasn't any disagreement about things. Didn't last, of course. But the thing is, the biggest problem, therefore, is very simple. We have no clarity regarding what a good politician sounds like. We don't have any examples. Because for a long time now, maybe for all time, I don't know, everybody who's run for president has, well, look, Gen Axial, I'm both have awareness of the divisiveness of this two-party system. And no, Obama didn't talk like this. Obama was much more crafted than I will ever be. I will rely on something much more real than that, you know? It's like I genuinely get emotional about my country. It's pretty difficult to be a sophist and a blowhard and successfully do so in the face of somebody who's both at least as smart as you and 100 million times more genuine and an actual patriot. You know, everybody expresses their anger all the time about politics, but it's covering up what I share with, I hope, every good red-blooded American, which is a very deep sadness. You know, it's like there's for me, it seems maybe one of the only and best ways to get both sides of a fight to stop is to show them how their fighting just accidentally stomped on that toddler because they were being so immature. You know, And I'm willing to be that toddler because my emotions are that toddler, and my love of country makes me that way. And my idealism, it's like my dad conveyed to me in America that maybe never existed, but I believed in. Okay, well, that's very, very true, Carl Jung. But your INFJ bias is showing there. Because there's a massive distinction between ENFP and ENTP. The correct way to put that, Carl Jung, is the morality of the intuitive, the extrovert intuitive, is governed neither entirely by intellect nor feeling. Certainty intuition bolstering certainty can occur via either feelings or thinking, depending on which enneagram you're talking about. But he has his own characteristic morality. The thing is, I continue to insist my own characteristic morality is, by and large, the universally correct understanding of it. So it's not really mine, right? Understanding that negative moral obligations are prohibitions against initiating aggression and stuff like that. That's not my idea, but it's definitely my morality framework explanation anyway. Oh, it's done. It's ready. I have a cup right here. See, well, I'll show you. This is the sort of dumbass thing intuitives do, right? The camera's not showing you this coffee. So I'll tip the cup forward to show you. I was about to do that. Of course, I would have spilled all the coffee, but and then my explanation and understanding of positive moral indications is similarly TI'd. It says, well, in that regard, I have to use a magical thinking frame because I can't deductively or parsingly come to the conclusion regarding that. See, it pisses me off that Jung doesn't distinguish between ENFPs and ENTPs. It's like we're massively different, and a correct explanation for how and why we are, or how and why we are. Jung, don't make me come over to your house again. You remember what happened last time? I picked you up and swung you around and knocked over 8 other people. Don't make that happen again. I mean, I'm just saying, if you're talking about the extroverted intuitive type, your NI is too big. Your NI box is too big. You failed to adequately understand that to correctly describe that type requires you to distinguish between ENTP and ENFP. You cannot correctly describe them as anything just because they're both NE-DOMs. The only thing, I know, Winston's mom. I know. I do not mean to shit on you. Jung deserves credit as the giant the rest of us small people's shoulders are standing upon. Right? And I want to continually remind everybody of that. Jung is the giant the rest of us regular people are standing on the shoulders of. So I'm not denying that, okay? That is absolutely true. Jung is more of an intellectual giant than I will ever be, because He came up with cognitive functions, the hard thing to do. I just hammered out the bugs and shit. I just got from the beta version to the actual release. I did the stupid TE part. I did the boring, stupid, not impressive TE part. It's actually mostly TINE, but you know, that's normally a TE person's job. Like, yeah, I've intuited it. Theory of relativity. Now, you lesser TE people empirically prove it. FI trigger, Kant beat the Jung at heart. Jung's an INFJ. You think that Jung has really just metabolized Kant? Is that what you're trying to say? That Kant really should get that giant and that Jung was standing on Kant's shoulders? I agree Jung was standing on Kant's shoulders, but I think he deviated. He did something dramatically new with it enough that he deserves to be a giant standing next to Kant instead of on his shoulders. Doesn't matter. That's the great thing about good ideas. They're unrelated to the person who comes up with them. You know? It's like Cat Stevens wrote a couple of good songs and converted to Islam or some other weird religion. Like maybe it wasn't even Islam, but like some sort of culty kind of thing. Yusuf Islam? Okay. His whatever songs he wrote are independent entities that have nothing to do with him. Just like, I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas. Who wrote it? Nobody knows. I have no idea who wrote that song. How about Jingle Bells? Who wrote that? I have no idea who wrote that song. Right. Well, okay. I couldn't remember if he had actually converted to Islam or if he had converted to one of those sort of like 70s California cults. I didn't remember. That's why I said Islam then or some weird religion. I actually was not trying to say Islam or some other weird religion like that. I wasn't trying to say that. I was saying I don't remember if it was Islam or some weird religion. Once you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth, Captain. I just can't believe it, Spock. Surely there must be another explanation. That is quite illogical, Captain. Damn it, Kirk! We've got to get down to the planet now, says Dr. McCoy. I'm giving her all I've got, Captain. Wait, how does the Russian guy talk though? With all his B's or W's. The Vulcan planet is very close to us. Chekhov. Uhura. Captain. I was a big Star Trek fan when I was a kid because it was one of the shows that they had on reruns that I liked. It's important to remember when I was a little kid, like under 10 years old, it was the 1970s. And when I was in elementary school and I'd stay home sick and at my grandma's house, or if it was a vacation and I'd be at my grandma's house, I had a very good understanding of the TV options and schedule. Why? Because there were 5, maybe 6 channels, even, and that's the max. Like when I was younger, there were fewer than that, maybe even. But there was Channel 2, Channel 4, Channel 7. Those were your networks. CBS, NBC, ABC. Then there was Channel 5, which is KTLA, which is a local LA station. And Channel 9, which is KLAC. Is that what it's called? I think so. Which is another local LA station. Then there was Channel 13, which didn't come in very well. It's very staticky because it, there's these things on the mountains up there that bounce off like TV signals in the olden days when we used to have non-digital TV signals. Anyway, now their TV signals are digital, but they used to be analog. Anyway, and this was before cable or anything. So everybody had broadcast TV. We had those 5 channels. You could also get in channel 28, which was PBS. Now, the thing is, eventually, later on, channel 11 started, and that was eventually became Fox. First, channel 11 was channel 11, then it was Fox. And before cable, that was it. That was all there was, TV-wise. So when I was a kid, the options I had for watching in the mornings were, some boring thing on channel 2 that's like, Good Morning America or whatever. Some boring thing on channel 4 that's, at least after the local news, is super boring. Like, maybe I could chill and watch the local news with grandma or something, but I'm a little kid. I don't really not that into the news. Although I find it comfortable, but I definitely don't want to watch some show with 2 ladies sitting in a thing talking about something at that point. And then there'd be channel 7, same sort of morning show thing that I don't want to watch. I know that at 10 a.m., Price is Right comes on channel 2, and I want to watch that because grandma's going to want to watch that, and I like that show. And then, so I'm trying to figure out, okay, what can I watch that's worth watching at 8 or 9 in the morning? And at 11 to 12, before grandma watches Days of Her Lives and another soap opera from 12 to 2. And then I have the afternoon after that where I get to watch shows as well. So it's like at 8 in the morning, there's like basically nothing on for me that I wanted to watch. But at 9, there was either Gilligan's Island or, depending on the year and exactly when it was these kind of things, like Gilligan's Island or Get Smart or Star Trek or like, what else would they show that I liked back then? Like pseudo kids shows. Batman with the live action one, and these were all in reruns at this point, Brady Bunch. I mean, Brady Bunch, I guess, was, I don't know when they made it exactly, but when I was watching it, even if it was still being made on primetime, I was watching it in rerun time. So those are the shows I had to watch. That's why I'm very familiar with those shows anyway, from an early childhood place. Also Twilight Zone. And then, okay, the other things they had on that I didn't like and didn't want to watch were like Gunslinger or one of those Bonanza was fine if there wasn't anything else on. I knew Dave, my friend Dave, liked Bonanza also, and I could talk to him about it. Gunsmoke, that's what it's called. Gunsmoke, sorry, not Gunslinger. Oh, and Perry Mason, they have on Perry Mason. Sometimes I didn't want to watch that. I didn't like anything that was in black and white. And in the early 70s, some black and white stuff was still in reruns, you know. Batman and Catwoman, top sexy scene, Adam West and Julie Newmar. I will agree with anybody who says Julie Newmar is a sexier Catwoman than Eartha Kitt. I will strongly disagree with anyone who says that Julie Newmar is a better Catwoman than Eartha Kitt. Eartha Kitt is the ultimate quintessential forever archetypal Catwoman. But I agree, Julie Newmar is way cuter. But that's why she's not a great Catwoman. You've got to be pretty fierce to be Catwoman, you know? Julie Newmar seems like an SFJ to me. Oh, is that an anime? I've heard that said several times in this stream here. I didn't know what it was referring to. I thought you were talking about some sort of either chess game or debate. Like, you see when Lelouch checkmated Destiny in a debate? I didn't know it was the name of an anime. Now I'm interested in it. That's why I paid no attention to it before. I'll look it up on Crunchyroll. You know what new show on Crunchyroll I really fucking love? So I'm a Spider, So What? It's the most charming, delightful little show. They don't have it on Crunchyroll. No results. Man, I strongly recommend the band Mother Mother. I find myself just singing their song right now. You don't need tricks and you don't need treats. You don't need tricks. You don't need treats. You don't need no Halloween. It's wow, it's a good music. I only have 3 of their songs that I'm familiar with, really, that I've listened to, or at least that I decided to put on my playlist. But those 3 songs are some of the most impressive things I've come across in a long time. Like, I've got, you hit that shit, Alan? Did you hit that shit? Is what I'm saying. You go, oh, you think you're all sexy, huh, Julie? Come here, girl. Take that, Julie Newmar. There. There's a new mar to your reputation from my penis. You actually got sick that night? You didn't take Boba Fett's advice and shove bacon up her butt? She was bigger than life, huh? She liked to have the sexual intercourses with the males. My Islamic coworkers don't like you at all. What can you do, Eric? Well, Raphael, I hate to tell you this, but most of the time you don't really seem to be going for likability. There doesn't seem to be a value that you highly prioritize. Anyway, I'm glad to see I'm not getting any pushback on my firm claim that Catwoman is the best Julie Newmar. I mean, the kid is the best Catwoman. Oh, I fucked that up. That Eartha Kitt is the best Catwoman. I'm gonna put a poll up. Who's the best Catwoman? Eartha Kitt, Julie Newmar, fucking Michelle Pfeiffer played her, I think. Who else did Catwoman? Who else was a Catwoman? That's a good poll question. Let's see how I forgot to check this morning. No, I think I did. Actually, I think I checked when I first got up. Oh, no, I don't think I did check this morning. I think last I saw it was 70-30. Is host Eric actually smart? 118 votes. 58% of people say yes, but 40% of people say no. So what I'm hoping, or what I was hoping, or whatever, is that people who want to get me in some way will, like, multiple account vote no to make it so that people are aware how I'm not smart, and thereby make my poll very popular. Right. Well, I hilariously enjoy the idea of somebody trying to hurt me by voting no on that poll. I find it delightfully ironic. To the extent that trolls swing at the low-hanging curveball, that's exactly what I want them to do. It's not that kind of poll, Raphael. It's not that kind of poll. P-O-L-L poll. It's on my community tab. Here's my community tab link. Here's a link directly to my community tab where you can vote on my polls if you haven't. If you'd like to, I'd appreciate it. Allahu Akbar? What does that mean? No, I don't mean capital P, capital O, capital L either. Somebody used that the other day. What does it mean? I think I thought it mean Palestine Liberation Organization, but then I realized it's P-O-L. I don't know what that means, but it must mean something. Allahu Akbar. What does that mean? Allahu Akbar. It's a forum? P-O-L? Oh. I think I know what it is. I think I know what you're saying. I think I can guess what that might stand for. Okay, cool. But what does it literally mean? That's not a translation of it, Raphael. What does it actually mean? God is great. Okay, well. How do you say God is dumb in Arabic? Halu what? James Dean, not Stewart. James Dean and Paul Newman tag teamed Eartha Kitt? That is really interesting to hear. I'm so happy you shared that piece of information for me. Is that true? Did Paul Newman and James Dean tag team Eartha Kitt? See, I wouldn't want to have sex with Eartha Kitt. She's way too fierce for me, you know. It's like I don't find that sexy, you know. No, you should blame them. You should say, I wouldn't have to say that if I weren't concerned about your failure to prioritize free expression over what you consider sacred. Until we see eye to eye on that, you're a threat to civilization and me. because the individual's right of free expression is more important than your enjoying not being offended. You just say that. And the thing is, don't be mindlessly provocative, though. It's like you're just trying to start shit with the Muslims. So the thing is, instead, begin with this. I just want to, if there's some sort of conversation or whatever, are you somebody who agrees that my right to free expression is more important than another person's right to maintain the sacredness of what they consider sacred, or not? And if they agree with you that it is, then you don't have a problem. If you ask an Islamic person in a good conversation, like, in other words, I'm having a good conversation and I'm honestly asking them that question. The ones who come around here in general have said, yes, I support free expression over the sacred, and I'm mad at those extremists for freaking out so much. It just makes the problem worse. While at the same time, but it's not they just come right out and say it. It's a struggle for them. It's a tough question. I'd hate to say that, blah, 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 blah. No, that is the right approach, Raphael. You're trying to make them understand how invalid their worldview is with provocation and whatever. I want to actually know, is this a human being I can engage with in a meaningful way, or do I have to be scared of them because they're basically a criminal? If you explain to me that you actually believe and would like to behave in accordance with, that your religion is, or your God or whatever, is pleased by your violence towards my non-physical expression, to say drawings, words, whatever, then but in my mind, you're a criminal, because it's just the same thing as if I'm walking down the street and I see some guy and I'm rude. I'm like, God, can you take any longer in line, ugly jacket? And he punches me. He's a criminal. And I'm a douchebag. Big difference between criminal and douchebag, right? So if you're telling me that's how you operate, that you believe it's justified to punch me in the face for things I say, then you're saying it's not safe to be around me because I'm a criminal. But you need to explain that. But remember, the thing is, you're talking to individual human beings. Find out first whether this individual human being is precluded by their religious beliefs from engaging with you as a regular human being. It is possible they are, and that's how you test it. But before you test it, don't presume they're anything. Because if someone's willing to agree with me that my non-physical expressions, my political expressions, my religious expressions, my satire, my crudeness, my whatever you want to call it, justifies your violence against me, with some, obviously there are forms of non-protected speech like libel and slander and calls to action that lead, like, for example, let's say you're carrying some boxes and you can't see past the boxes and there's cars in the street. And I say, don't worry, I'll let you know when it's safe to cross. And a car coming right now, I go, okay, it's safe right now, knowing you're going to go in front of it. That's murder. Certainly not protected speech, right? That's using speech to murder. So there are plenty of kinds of unprotected speech, but free expression, meaning expressing myself, is not that kind of speech. Expressing myself is expressing my opinions, which include my contempt or my dismay or my whatever, right? That's all more important than your feelings, in the sense that it doesn't justify you punching me in the face. And we have to have society be like that, or else we go back to a barbaric world of might makes right. Thank you, Winston's mom. I was waiting for the Eartha Kitt as Catwoman link. I appreciate that. I'm going to look right now who's played Catwoman, because you're trying to provoke them in ways that show them that you entered into this engagement with them already with preconceptions about who they are because of their religion, and that you don't like them already because of their religion. So of course they're going to see you as an antagonistic opponent, because you are. You're not giving them a chance to be human beings first. List of Catwoman actresses. Yeah. There. Okay. So there's a lot of them. I can only pick a maximum of 5. I picked the 5 most famous ones, I guess. I'm going to go Anne Hathaway, Michelle Pfeiffer, Halle Berry, Julie Newmar, and Eartha Kitt. Well, that's the thing. If there are rhetorical snake oil salesmen all around, which is to say there are people who are susceptible to buying into nonsense, who are rubes in some sense, right? And the way to rubery is always the same. You appeal to their intuition. You say, here's an irreducible whole. It's always the way to take rubes, because any questions about it are answered by, it's an irreducible whole. Okay, I get it. Mockery is not inherently bad, but it's different when, look, let's say I'm mocking Elon Musk. I am mocking a public figure called Elon Musk. If I met Elon Musk, I would try to actually engage with him as a human being and not go into the conversation assuming I know anything about him. What I'm really mocking is people who think he's smart. And I'm not even doing that. What I'm really doing is trying to make a point about how we use words. Do I have a meow of something I'm kind this morning? Let me check. Panic. No. Okay. Whew. For a second there, I was afraid I might have a meow of some kind. Okay. Who was the best Catwoman? All right. Here's my list. Option 1, Anne Hathaway. Is that how you spell it? Let's see. Yeah, all A's. I think maybe the cutest of them all is one, at least by these pictures, is one I'm not going to include. Cameron by Kondova. I've never even heard of this lady before. Cameron by Kondova. She's pretty cute. She looks like an INFJ. That's good to note because I like to have examples of people I think look like textbook INFJs. Okay, so Anne Hathaway, I'm not putting her down. Michelle Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer, is it like that? Peiffer. Eifffer. Add another option. Halle Berry. Halle. And then her last name is spelled with an E. Berry. Just like the fruit. Add another option. Eartha Kitt. Add another option. Julie Newmar. Post. Who was the best Catwoman? Anne Hathaway, Michelle Pfeiffer, Halle Berry, Eartha Kitt, or Julie Newmar? My answer is definitely Eartha Kitt, but I'm not allowed to vote on my own polls. Oh. A little young for the role, or a little young to be perceived by me as cute? You thought Catwoman's not that young, or you thought, no. Yeah, Raphael, knock it off. Whatever it is that Winston Bump's telling you to knock off, okay? Oh. That's too young for the role, and also, but she's all in, like, this is like a picture from the red carpet. She's all in makeup and fancy jewelry and stuff. She looks like she's about 25. I don't know. Images. She definitely looks like an INFJ. Oh, she's a year younger than my daughter. She's 21. Who do you think's going to win? I should put up another poll right now saying, who do you think is going to win the previous poll? And with the same names. In other words, the first one's asking, who do you think's the best one? The second one's asking, who do you think's going to win that poll? I wonder if anybody would vote on the second poll. It's kind of a meta poll. And then a third one, who do you think is going to win the second poll? So the first time is asking you to say who you think the best Catwoman is. The second poll is asking you to say, who do you think most people will say the best Catwoman is? And the third poll is asking you to say, who do you think most people will say most people think the best Catwoman is? I agree with you, Alan Brian. Next Batman movie, let's start a change.org petition to have RuPaul play Catwoman. I really like that idea. It's hilariously ridiculous. Because if you ain't fierce, girl, you ain't got nothing going on. RuPaul is actually one of the reasons that periodically we have no Pauls allowed day here. Because some days I just can't take that much fierceness and that much sassiness. I have a recommended daily allowance of fierce and of sass, and she exceeds both. Okay. Wow, it's been 3 hours? I had no idea. I guess the speed worked. Okay, I'm gonna have an intermission.
The courteous potato men politely sell potato skins as beards to wear upon the chins of everyone with cash to spend. Potato beards distinguish one and also are a lot of fun. And when the wearing time is done, then one can chew his beard like gum. But Frances is contrarian, so though she loves her tuber friend, she will not jump aboard the trend and leaves her chin as her own skin and classy. Here's how Mr. Lavos proudly up his bushy brow. So later on she visits farms to woo potatoes with her charm. Stricken by Sir Tato Po, a spud beloved high and low and no invest because of how he has the best potato brow. So Frances musters up her cute and makes up a sob story too, and soon enough Sir Po is sold both on her words and vision. Next week Frances enters into business with potato men with Sir Topo as her spokesman, an urgent hurry to begin. And thus both tweezers came to be. They formed a happy LLC and dealt with Broward's company, and people had a
Fine. I have to do it right.
But raspberry, but raspberry, but raspberry.
I hate doing stuff right.
And now with Mr. Lau again, it's Frances's turn to present. But Frances doesn't talk about how she made it big and tater brows. Instead, she wants to talk about beards. But Mr. Lau, who's sick of hearing speeches on the beardiness, make rules to prohibit it. But Frances works around this while she speaks of Dr. Cat or Walter Ronde Hoogers, who was tall and pale, humorless and bold. But Dr. Hoogers also had a foremost place in making fads, and he in fact began the trend when he once hawked potato chips. He claimed his gins were curative and great if you prefer to live, but secretly he added lead, which shouldn't go upon your head. When people started getting sick, the doctor pulled a nifty trick and changed his name and moved away so people couldn't make him mad. For all the damage he had done, he kept the money, made a run, and settled near Frances's house and called himself now Mr. Lau. But Frances had researched a lot before Portuguese, so she got the information she needed to learn. Her teacher defeated the Forest Service and the cops, the FBI, karate chops, detectives roaming far and wide to claim reward on Huger's side. So when his student speech was done, then Mr. Lau began to run, and no one's seen or heard him since, as it should be till he repents. But raspberry, but raspberry, but let's go to the pieces. I'm going on this bud raspberry, gonna get some brows for you and me. Gonna go buy brows right now. Hey, wait, was that Mr. Lau? The courteous potato men politely sell potato skins as beards to wear upon the chins of everyone with cash to spend. Potato beards distinguish one and also are a lot of fun. And when the wearing time is done, then one can chew his beard like gum. But Frances is contrarian, so though she loves her tuber friend, she will not jump aboard the trend and leaves her chin as her own skin and classy. Here's how Mr. Lavos proudly up his bushy brow. So later on she visits farms to woo potatoes with her charm. Stricken by Sir Tato Po, a spud beloved high
high and low and no invest because of how he has the best potato brow. So Francis musters up her cute and makes a fuss of story too, and soon enough Sir Poe is sold both on her words and vision. Next week Francis enters into business with Potato Man, with Sir Topo as her spokesman, an urgent hurry to begin, and thus both tweezers came to be. They formed a happy LLC and dealt with Browworks Company, and people had a spud brow spree. Spud brow spree. Spud brow spree. Spud brow spree. And now with Mr. Lau again, it's Francis's turn to present. But Francis doesn't talk of how she made it big in tater brows. Instead, she wants to talk of beards. But Mr. Lau, who's sick of hearing speeches on the beardiness, made rules to prohibit it. But Francis works around this while she speaks of Dr. Catterwall to Ronde Hoogers, who was tall and pale, humorless and bald. But Dr. Hoogers also had a foremost place in making fads, and he in fact began the trend when he once hawked potato chips. He claimed his gents were curative and great if you prefer to live, but secretly he added lead, which shouldn't go upon your head. When people started getting sick, the doctor pulled a nifty trick and changed his name and moved away so people couldn't make him pay. For all the damage he had done, he kept the money, made a run, and settled near Francis's house and called himself now Mr. Lau. But Francis had researched a lot before Poe Tweezer, so she got the information she needed to learn her teacher to be with the Forest Service and the cops, the FBI, karate chops, detectives roaming far and wide to claim reward on Huger's side. So when his student speech was done, then Mr. Lau began to run, and no one's seen or heard him since, as it should be till he repents. But brow spree, but brow spree, but let's go to the tweezers. I'm going on this spud brow spree, gonna get some brows for you and me. Gonna go buy brows right now. Hey, wait! Was that Mr. Lau? I got my hose, I got my bins, I got my gaps, and then again, I got my drugs and my gang and my strippers, all the same. I've got everything that I need. I'm rolling down the highway, moving at top speed, looking out for a reason to see a G. Got my hose, I got my gap. A super awesome conference. I got my clubs, I got my strippers, I got all kinds of fun stuff. Rolling in the Benz, down the highway, super fast, going to another super awesome conference for Florida's natural grapefruit juice. Florida's natural grapefruit juice. Florida's natural grapefruit juice. Florida's natural grapefruit juice. Get your hose, got your gats, got your guns, got your bands. Don't forget your grapefruit juice, my friends. Such good advice. Too much noise in the data stream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustrations mean mistakes are made, until it seems everybody's throwing shade. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that from tomorrow, every time for yesterday, is not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No one willing still to lend a day. Your uncertainty's implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate blaming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym, make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up and higher ground. So he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate blaming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym, make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. They were once human too, free of fire like me and you. Then a light within ignites, infernal life, burning up, never die. For some pride.
はい、奥様は安らかに死のもとへと召されました。
Hell's on top, heaven's the bottom. Return to the flame. Hell's on top, heaven's the bottom. Return to the flame. Hell's on top, heaven's the bottom. Return to the flame. Heaven's on top, hell is blood.
People everywhere gather up in the means, outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These flowing, backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. It's all concoction and misery. We're stuck with such petty larceny. We all condition our earthquakes and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Share our limits, hoping Julie will do, hoping Julie will do. Narration for minutes, you just can't do things like they do. We always thought that she should have got to when she had the chance to buy. Julie soon forgot about soon and on, although she have a call. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, causing a misery. We're stuck in such petty larceny. We all petition electors and cause destruction of the whole damn world.
Okay, all right. Boy, that was a lot of fun. What did I think about when I was doing that? I'll tell you, Raphael, absolutely everybody who hated Trump. ROFL and hello. Cammoto's here. Is Cammoto? Hey, Cameron. I was just thinking as I was watching Spud Brow Spree how it would be a good idea to ask you to come over and hang out with Rachel and me and talk about this project that we're working on and get a little TE and possibly a little artwork from you. If you sounds fun for you. Only if it sounds fun. You have to put on a license plate frame cover to keep the drive-through car wash from bending your license plate forward with its flappy tentacles, said the ISTJ. Cameron, I love the fact that you have now come to understand like what the stereotypes are about your type and everything so well that you can make a great ISTJ joke. That's cool. And it's just sort of from hanging out with me periodically and listening to me ramble on about it, I guess. What was that song your band wrote a while ago? You started re-recording. Oh, right. That is not my band wrote. Corey wrote that song. It's called Siddhartha Sedate, Siddhartha Side. I'm gonna play his version of it, which actually Matt sent me his version of it. All right, cool. I didn't know he had a version of it, and Matt what? Are you sure? I only have 11 gigs of hard drive space left? That's kind of few. I don't think it's this one, but let's see. It should be in downloads, actually. Here it is. In fact, I was thinking about putting up a video with this, but I haven't. And I just didn't do it.
Siddhartha Sedate. It's been here before. Sit off the seat. She sit off the seat. You just see me. You played it on out. You sit off the spot. We're supposed to sit down, but at least this time. Now watch what we make. Sit up and please. Think what's up with this? Hey, these things. Beating us. Sit down with this oil. Has no price. Sit down with the oil. Do this night. Sit down with today. Sit up the way are we now? I cannot see. But when you have laid out here in front of me, I'm walking down. Sit off the smiles. Sit off the takes the place. Sits down a while and then rises up. Sit off the seats. Now here comes someone described in the magazine. I couldn't have relate. Though I didn't try. Sit off the place, believe me, I lied last time. Sit off this alcohol. Beating us. Sit off this oil. There's no price. Sit off the oil. Good night. Sit off this today. Sit off the side. Sit off. Sit down to this coil, beating us. Sit down to this oil, has no price. Sit down to the coil, through this night. Sit down to the day. Oh, yeah.
I'm currently trying to upload the file so I can share with you by Google Docs in case anybody wants it. Because he's saying it doesn't sound good through the mic and the speakers from the it doesn't sound great regardless, but there it is. I mean, like it's not a particularly well produced or mastered track, but it's probably better than, in terms of a total thing, than anything I've successfully done in trying to cover it. So, yeah. Where is it? Oh. Get link. Copy link. All right. So if you want to actually hear that song without having to hear it played through my TV speakers and then picked up on my mic, which is obviously not an ideal way to hear something, there's the track. There's a Google Drive link to it. Yeah, it's a great title. It's got great lyrics to it too. These are his old lyrics to it. When we covered it in the band, he changed the lyrics somewhat, and he made it shorter. And I mean, it's like this was recorded probably 2003. So he was clipping on the mic. It wasn't watching the thing there. Sorry, my bad. So you'll be able to listen to it's all Corey. Everything on that track is Corey. Corey is, I would say, I came to think of him as a bassist first, and guitar player second. When it came to his songwriting, so in other words, some of his songs were written on guitar, and you can tell which ones were. But a lot of songs are written on bass. So he comes up with a bass line that he likes a lot, and then, I actually don't let me describe his creative process. I don't actually get his creative process at all. It's an NI thing. But I tend to think of him as a bass player first, because he's a really, really good bass player, and he's also a really, really good guitar player. But the thing is about being NI is, he's playing bass on this link here that Winston's mom just put. Well, like, put it this way. When we played in Computer Door All the Way Live, which was his band, he played bass. When we played in J-Lo Row, which was a band that was me, Corey, and his wife, he played bass. When we played in TWFP band, he played bass. So that's why I think of him as a bassist, I guess. And when I'd see him fiddling around with something on at home, just fiddling with an instrument, it was more often a bass than a guitar. So, but I don't mean to say he's in any way, shape, or form a weaker guitar player. He's not. He's an excellent guitar player too. But he was. I'm sure he's very much rusty. I don't think he's played any music in years. Yeah, but this one, this is a cover. 1, 2, 3, this is us. 4, 1, 2. That's Temple City House, yeah. That was Temple City House. That has nothing to do with Corey. Siddhartha, the title does of the album, the purported album. You know, it's not really an album, but I decided to title one album Siddhartha's Buckling Knees, primarily because I was frustrated at Corey's retreat into non-making. And it's a reference to Siddhartha Sedate in that regard, as sort of it's kind of a diss, because I mean it definitely is. It's like, what happened to Siddhartha, you know, and your grand intuition and your genius and stuff. He would never say it around other people, but he expressed a very correct self-concept about his own genius to me. And I was sad, I guess, that he grew up, and you know, I'm still playing, you know. In the novel, Siddhartha, a young man, leaves his family for a contemplative life. Really restless, discards it for one of the flesh. Well, the message of Siddhartha Sedate, the song, the version that I sang anyway, is, let me see if I can find the lyrics. I think I have them in Google Docs so I can read them out loud. I don't have the lyrics in Google Docs. I have it in my hard drive. Lyrics for this one's just titled lyrics. So I don't know what that is. Just some random lyrics I was writing one day that never did anything. Okay, well, let me see. I know I had them written down somewhere because I was trying to cover it and singing it. Well, I don't know where I wrote it down. Anyway, Siddhartha Sedate, Siddhartha Sai. And then there's also Siddhartha sit down, Siddhartha's tree. In this moment, in the fantasy, he did not relate. Siddhartha. I can't remember the words. Fuck. The basic message of it is real genius creativity is realized via non-effort rather than created. It's basically an NI treatise. It's kind of a critique of expert intuition, frankly. And it totally wins. I have the lyrics printed in my TWFP music uploads playlist. Well, thank you, Mrs. Mom. That's very helpful to know. I will look it up. Let's see.
Put up notes, change coats, touching means hide the most. Represent that both and either coast at most, or you won't be the one who's chose. Either way, you won't be bored in Seaver's Road. Either way, you won't be bored in Seaver's Road. Ba la 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 la. Ba la 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 la. Ba la 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 la. Ba la 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 la. Like secret beaches, always kill or would or will it be to find a crowded pond into the thrill to sit alone on hill with sounds of water pounding on the shore below. Water pounding on the shore. And fa la la means cha cha cha. Machine mechanics means semantics convene. In planned panics and Smithsonians with Chris's baloney knishes and Koreaonians. Unfolded eyelid twitches indicating bridges still unreached. Sounds of water running on the shore below. Running on the shore. Beaches always feel more water will at least it found a crowded only to thrill to sit alone on hill with sounds of water pounding on the shore below. Of water pounding on the shore. Simplify. You've stuff to express, it's in you, innate. But until I'm done, please wait. Text your mate Maurice that you'll be late, at least for your plate to overflow with the bait police. Better text case your niece, suddenly so my niece. You become inglorious with the baited wrongness of your cheaply painted corner, sheesh. But until I'm done, please wait. Text your mate Maurice that you'll be late, at least for your plate to overflow with the bait police, the bait police, the bait police, the bait police, the bait police.
I don't see it anywhere.
Too much, no.
I mean, this is a long ass fucking playlist. 366 videos. All right, so this is an example of a song that Corey wrote with a bass first. This is one of Corey's songs, But the cool thing is, okay, I made the video. I coded this video on the Pop Goes Lethal website. Okay, check this video out.
Stop shaking, moving to the time because this is a purely funk good vibe design. So then I pick my bass up, move it to the street, and then I play this tune to everyone I meet, and then the heads start shaking, moving all around me because they have no defense to this funky sound. And then I play this funky line for almost 4 days straight. It seems that everyone who hears it thinks it's great. And then I play this funky line for almost 4 days straight. It seems that everyone who hears it thinks it's great. When I awoke from sleeping, couldn't waste no time, so then I picked my bass up, played this funky line, and then I went up hiking, played it to the trees, and then they started growing roots out of their leaves because they wanted to get closer to the sound. It seems both trees and people feel this funky sound, and all the forest creatures formed up in a line, and all their butts were shaking, moving to the top. And then I played this funky line for almost 4 days straight. It seems that everything that hears it thinks it's great. Baseline by Computadora. Copyright 2004, Pop Goes Lethal.
How fun.
I was there.
How fun that was. The thing that makes it so fun to me is, here's the deal with that video that you could see in that song. I actually had it. That's the Wayback Machine's part of it that they could keep, right? Like they were able to sustain. But the way that it actually played out was all this stuff happened like with the lyrics. So when it says the forest creatures, all the forest creatures come out with that tree, and then they start dancing, and it all is timed with it, except they weren't the same file at all, right? So it was an autoplay. I had a really fucking nutty coding workaround because I was using Dreamweaver a lot, and back in the day, you had more shit you could do with your code than you can nowadays. So they let you define frames and fly them around and stuff, and which made it so that you could autoplay this weird music video that's entirely of like it's like the website code is saying like, okay, after 5 seconds of this, hide this frame, bring this frame here, move it from here to here over the course of this many seconds. It's all built like that. So it's very strange, It's very strange. Rock and roll. Okay. So there was something I was gonna say after I've done taking my intermission that I wanted to talk about that I know I've totally forgotten and I never got to. Do you think the do you think a vowel shape when singing is having the same some expressive quality? Because yeah, I do, but I do think about it a lot. My conclusion is that I'm most well suited to have my vowel shape and such most close to my actual speaking vowel shape. In other words, to put as little affectation in terms of tonal dialectic stuff as possible. Because every time I've done tonal stuff in the past, it doesn't age well for me. When I listen to it later on, I go, I wish I hadn't done that. So like if I'm trying to sound tough or something, sometimes every once in a while it kind of work. Like it works in the song If or Not They Know Things Has Yet to Be Ascertained. All the people with their arguments make their claims with such confidence. If or not they know things as yet to be ascertained. It's the standout of a set of songs that were built in the same way of a certain time period. That's the one that stands out. That weren't songs; they were built rather than written. During that period, I was doing a lot of rapping stuff, and most of it, to my ears, doesn't make any of my lists. Right? It's like I don't want to hear it. Maybe it makes me cringe, or maybe it just isn't good enough. But this particular one, which really isn't rapping at all, but is still built kind of like a rap song, is the exception to that era, and the one that I like, which is, it's called If or Not I Know Things Has Yet to Be. I don't know what it's called exactly. But had you heard Baseline before, Rachel? I played that for you? So. It made me think, have I played this for her? Yeah, Baseline's a good song, huh? It's very catchy. Sounds. Mom's got me looking at this TWFP music uploads list and walking down memory lane, I guess. All right, I'll wrap this up in a second. I want to be comfortable when I'm making me. I got to not just play about the same playing guitar. Now come together playing guitar. Singing out those things by father I wish to leave it. Oh, I remember it. Currently, that's okay. Boo, failure, boo. Boo, failure, boo. You're like me, you know that you can always be better if you just sing along. Don't wait, it won't change till you do. Better go ahead and sing. Might as well as not. It's a terrible recording and execution of what's underneath it a good song.
and that's not that much fun. You were telling me the other day, first off failure. Hardly I can't do anything. Away from failure. Boo failure, boo, boo failure, boo failure. You are my friend too. Even though you are not very popular. Boo failure, boo. Failure, boo, boo, boo. I don't know what to do with you. Failure, boo, failure. I'm always coming and taking over my trailer, and that's why I don't know what to do with you. It's the drum thing in the background that is, it just gets like, you know, pop, pop, pop. It's from Concert Mate. Cameron has given me on an indefinite loan his Concert Mate little. We saw a video where I think Jimmy Fallon had it.
Oh yeah,
The exact thing,
yes,
the exact Concert Mate that I have. Yeah, I saw that recently. Anyway, this is what I wanted to say after the intermission, and I totally forgot about. I would like to spend a few minutes before ending the live stream playing fingertips, and I'll tell you what fingertips is as a game after I pull this bong rip. Try this one, Rachel.
Okay.
Stony. It's got kind of a bad aftertaste in some weird way. Not bad, like nothing wrong with it. Just like not particularly pleasant aftertaste.
Okay.
But pretty stony. So fingertips. What is fingertips? Fingertips refers to this track on the They Might Be Giants album called Fingertips. What are you looking for? Poker?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. A track on the They Might Be Giants album called Fingertips, which is actually a compilation of a bunch of basically mini little song chunks. Okay. So like one of the chunks, but they're all independent, don't necessarily go together. Like one of them is, "What's that blue thing doing here?" And another one is, well, the next one after that is, "Something's got a hold on me." And that's it, right? And then there's, "Please pass the milk, please." There's a few different little bitty song chunkettes that aren't songs, might be part of songs or something like that, right? I've never done this before, but I would like to try to play fingertips. I want to come up with just a little chunk of something and then have the next little chunk be a very different style of song, but a little chunk, you know? So I'm going to try to play it. So it's like the first little chunk is going to be something of this kind of a vein of a song, like, Foster had to wonder whether anyone would care, but he knew instead he'd breathe every kind of air. Like, like that.
That's a song chunket. Okay. And try another song chunket. Song chunket. 101. It's the first time I've ever tried to play song chunket before. So I'm going to make a little bit of hard drive space here real quick. And then put them on the meow, put the meow, put the meow, like so. Okay. Let me move this a little further away from me rather than turn it down. Okay. I want catch up 3 ways. Okay, that's a perfect song chunk. It's like, let's make it a country song. Ain't no way to please me with mustard and slaw. Those are the end of these days. If you're gonna please me at all, darling, now just provide me ketchup 3 ways. I should have gone straight to the G, right? That's the as a song chunk. Please give me lyrics, bits of lyrics for a song chunk. Okay. Confucius said, be good, hombre. All right. Confucius said, be good, hombre. Confusion led to other doors. Song it. Any other lyrics? I know I only got 7 people here. Probably not a fun thing for most people to want to see. Spanish, sí. Hay demasiado chupacabras en este pueblo tonight. B. Tonight. No. Tonight. Something like that for the Mexico song. The neon sign flashes. Okay. Let's see. Flashes white the ethics since Sally forgot her apron today. Buenos over the range and dead brushes his perspiration away. And it's time for cheese. Something like that. Thanks. That's Tom Petty-ish, sure. I'm trying to go for archetype, like an example of an archetype of a song. Like if I were going to do like a Celine Dion song. really Celine Dion, but it's that kind of serious ballady thing, but a different person, you know.
She always talks about love.
She always talks about love, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, you could think that thing for if you want to think that kind of thing. But I say instead it's me and making thing kind of thing.
That's sort of like, you know, I guess what you call Scandinavian art death rock or something.
Yes.
Loretta is filling the napkin dispensers and telling the riddle again. While the door opens and tinkle little bell rings. Green jelly, and when I say Loretta is filling the napkin dispensers, telling again. It's a riddle we'll never understand. It's a riddle we just won't end. It's a riddle we can't begin if we will not reach an end. The Genexia wants a coffee, no cream. Wait, is that here? I don't remember. That's extra intuition for you. Whatever I was doing a second ago, I don't remember what it was. I like those lyrics though. You know, you're actually quite a good lyricist as well. Your lyrics go into songs really easy. You know, the Genexia wants coffee, no cream. The Legends falls flirting with Jean again. Outside horns blare, trucks and stuff, and the spot was left up front. He's found the horn. Beep beep ba boom. Beep beep ba boom. I was hoping for 3 little pigs personally. Instead, I was left out with a plate of spaghetti. Everybody wants to see what's going on, but I'm afraid I have to keep those secrets to myself. Forget what key I started on. Won't you please tell your mother I'm impressed with her parenting skills? She's done a good job. You're much more polite than Joe and much less rude than either Jerry or Bob. So yes, I don't mind if you take my daughter to the court, provided it's a courtyard made for sport. Please don't go get married now. It's okay to play basketball with my daughter, but I don't want you to marry her and take her off to water her in some place that I've never heard of and want to go to. That would be too sad. Word. Kiss from a Rose was a good song. Then I had
a good long talk with Jane, and she reminded me that kiss from a rose is insane. Songette. Jazz Tacuary Juices. Long time ago, the diner opened up, and nobody's left the diner since then. We're Gene tired, we're already dead, and legends full knows the coffee is good again. D. Again, ending on D. And that's how you make songettes. Let's see. It really helps if somebody's giving you lyrics. That's good. Okay, there's some more lyrics. Coolio. Coolio. Overhead, the fluorescent light shines and the screens need to be clean, but it's our home. We need to fix the ice cream machine. It's alone from the president of the world. There. Playing the guitar gives me a sentimental feeling. Singing songs of yearning, songs of long past burning away. These songs I'm speaking of, they needn't reference lots for bells, but they can still reference today. I don't know if it's that way, indeed, but that's where these lyrics made me go to. Play along, it's not difficult to sing with this. If you see what I do, you can understand I should have come with, but it worked there, you see, 'cause it's different than the end. All you got to remember the root. That can be problematic with this too. After all, it's made up all on the fly, and if you wanna die, that's a good way, because why would anybody like to see improvisation? Improvisation on comedy's done. Improvisation on theater too. Why would I improv like this to you? Because I can't help but extrovertedly into it.
I'm going to end on that note. Thanks for watching me and being here with me. I appreciate it a lot. Love you all. Talk to you later.